Alrighty, let me go ahead and interrupt the programming here. So we're going to be going on all of our channels here in a second. So stand by. I need to go ahead and turn some things off here. So give me a second, and let's see where we stand, what we need to be doing. Okay, 1 second here. Go ahead and turn some things off. Okay, that's that. So we're going to do that, and then let's go ahead and hang on 1 second. There's that. Let's go ahead and turn the volume up. So we're going to do that, and then let's go ahead and hang on 1 second. So let me go ahead and turn all this down. So we're going to get going here. I hope we don't have any echoes on this. I don't think we do now. I'll monitor and chat for just a second. Hang on. Just want to come on the air for just a second. So if everybody can hear me or not, we're on multiple channels right now. So let me go ahead and let you know what's going on. We have severe thunderstorms warnings right now across just east of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro right now. We do have a tornado warning. This is going to be out west of Gatesville right now, well, out west of Waco. So just like expected, this would creep up on us pretty fast. And if you're down here in North Texas and Central Texas tonight, you'll need to watch the storm activity. So we're watching, first off, let's just go to the tornado warning right now. Then again, this is west of Waco. Looks like this is radar indicated right now. That's a strong storm west of Evant and southwest of Hamilton. And it's probably moving off to the east-northeast. Let's go ahead and put it in motion. And again, strong storm, tornado warning storm, just west of Evant, southwest of Hamilton, moving east-northeast. That's a tornado warning right now. If you're down that way, that's going to be on Highway 281, I believe. And that's going to be west of Interstate 35, well west of Waco. Now let's go back into the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. These are storms developing just on the east side, just east of where I'm located at. All these storms have the look of rotation. You can see the one by Seagoville, the one just north of Gun Barrel City, maybe even the one near, well, not so much near Van, but let's just focus on the one near Seagoville and north of Gun Barrel City. These are problematic storms. I would be very concerned about these rotating and becoming tornado warning storms in a little bit. So watch these storms closely. The storm near Seagoville, Texas, which is technically in Dallas County, is going to be, let's go with the warning on this one. And it's moving off the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. It's going to be ping-pong size hail and 60 mile per hour winds, radar indicated right now. But we want to watch these storms closely for any type of rotation. The one by Gun Barrel City is also very strong, some rotation with it as well. Really want to watch that storm down there. Would not be surprised at all if one or two of these storms go tornadic in a little bit. There's quite a bit of directional shear with the storm, so we want to make you aware of what's going on. So we're going to stay with it just a little bit longer right in through here. And so stay with us. Hang on a second here. And I'm also looking at our Twitter feed right now. One more second. We do have to, I need to make a breaking alert. Probably already know about it, but North Korea has fired a unidentified projectile or a ballistic missile into the East Sea. South Korea says this is a breaking alert that I need to go along with the weather alert. North Korea has fired a ballistic missile, and that's within the last 40 minutes or so. Sorry for getting back on that so late, but that's what's going on with North Korea as well. So for those of you that are coming around right now, that's what's going on. What else? The Japan Defense Ministry says the projectile may have been a ballistic missile. So we're going to watch the North Korea right now. Again, this is a breaking alert with North Korea. And we also have breaking weather as well across Texas. So again, North Korea has fired potentially a ballistic missile. And then back here in Texas, we're watching severe storms. With that in mind, I'm going to go back to the live weather coverage here. Stay with it for just a second. So stay with us as these storms are moving across the North Texas region this afternoon. Very intense storms, but the only tornado warning storm is out west of Waco right now. So we're going to stay with this for just a little bit. Again, if you're near the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex on the east side along Interstate 20, you have severe storms right now. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings, not tornado warning storms, but the storm near Gun Barrel City really looks... let's go to velocity mode. I want everybody to watch this storm near Gun Barrel. Nothing yet, but things could change on that storm. It's pretty interesting. Keep a close eye on the storm. So we'll stay with the storm. That's all I've got at the moment. There is a tornado watch in effect basically south of the Dallas-Fort Worth area and a severe thunderstorm watch from about the Dallas-Fort Worth area northward. So the favorable conditions for tornadoes will be generally south of the Dallas-Fort Worth area and more of a severe thunderstorm, large hail, high wind threat from the Dallas-Fort Worth area points northward. But we'll keep you advised either way. Stay with TNS, TWS as well. And if anything else develops, I'll keep you informed and break in with breaking news and weather alerts.
C5.
It is time for us, especially as a Black community, to get comfortable about talking about our issues.
We don't feel safe asking the questions we'd really like to ask.
The transformation of Dallas to a more beloved community.
Don't miss out on the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games.
Cozy TV brings you the great indoors. Cozy sweatpants, takeout dinner, great TV, of course. All in here for you because anytime is a good time for Cozy TV.
Hey Dallas-Fort Worth, NBC Alliance is a brand new network just for you.
Here's a look at what's happening.
With inspirational stories that will make you think and learn.
Let's touch on
The threat of tornadoes, damaging hail, and wind is increasing across North Texas. Live pictures here as we track storms that will impact us through the night.
We're like vaccine pioneers.
Do you want a shot soon? The Vaccine Hunters can help you get through the long wait lists. And Giving Back, a group of North Texans hoping to plant seeds of change in our community. We begin with severe weather.
We have seen a tornado warning to our south, and we are preparing for big storms throughout the night. Let's get to Chief Meteorologist Rick Mitchell with the latest timeline. Rick?
Yeah, it's going to be an active night, guys. No doubt about that. We have a severe thunderstorm watch that covers Fort Worth, Dallas, areas to the north. Tornado watch to the south. Both of those go until 10 o'clock tonight. Doesn't matter if you're in the tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watch. You should always be prepared for just about everything. And we have thunderstorms that are really taking off, especially to the east of Dallas. Not so much on the Fort Worth side. The most active thunderstorms, got a couple of them here. This one just to the southwest of Forney. This is severe. It does have the capability of producing half-dollar size hail. It's moving off to the northeast about 35. So Forney, get ready. Got some hail headed in your direction. Plus, it has that hook shape to it. So we're watching that very carefully. Another storm, a little bit stronger. Let's take off the lightning. You can see this got a lot of lightning associated with it. This is going to be just to the northwest of Falba, and this has even more of a hail core. We could see upwards of golf ball size hail with that. That's going to be crossing 243 and headed towards the Edgewood, folks. Let's throw a storm look inside the storm on this, and there is some circulation associated with that particular cell. So it's not a tornado warned cell, but it is one that it's very well developed, and it has been intensifying. So we'll continue to watch that one. Folks in Canton, that looks like it'll stay probably just to your west. Wills Point 614, Fruitvale 618, Emory 637, Yantis at 653. And again, that other severe thunderstorm warned storm is about ready to move into northern sides of Kaufman County. So it'll be pushing out of the East Dallas area. Now, some of you in the East Dallas County are hearing sirens because of that severe thunderstorm warning and the hail potential. Farther to the west, we've had some showers in Tarrant County. Those are kind of fizzling out right now. A little heavier band of rain starting to move into southeastern sides of Tarrant County. And we do have a tornado warning. This is well to the south of Hamilton. This has been producing some golf ball size hail. So that's an indication of what the atmosphere wants to do tonight. A lot of instability, a lot of wind shear. When I come back, I'm going to talk about 2 rounds of storms, one this evening and one overnight. I'll have the timeline for you. Brian?
All right, it's going to be a busy night. Thank you, Rick. Tonight we have a clear picture of the devastating impact COVID-19 is having on North Texas. The virus is now the leading killer of people in Dallas County. That new information from the CDC shows since last March, the number of people who died from virus complications, more than 3,700, surpassed deaths from heart disease, cancer, and stroke. That is one reason experts say getting vaccinated is critical. Some say it is hard to find a place to get the shot, but we found vaccine hunters, people spending their days tracking down appointments to help others. Katie Blakey has their advice if you are still looking for the shot.
Mom of 4 boys by day, vaccine hunter by night.
Very quickly we realized, especially at the beginning, how hard it was to get a vaccine appointment.
Mallory Young and 2 volunteers from church have helped secure vaccine appointments for 150 people.
We got almost a whole team of teachers vaccinated at a school last week, so that was pretty exciting.
So we asked her advice for the rest of us. First, register with every county hub you're willing to drive to.
Get on the county list, but after that, don't wait for the county.
Next, write down neighboring zip codes and start checking the major pharmacies. Many post appointments late at night or early in the morning.
Every morning, Amy and Martha and I are setting our alarms and grabbing the phone real quick, and we check it. It takes, just a couple minutes to check. If it's not up, we go back to sleep. If it's up, we stay up and get more appointments.
Register with the North Texas hospital systems. They may require you use their MyChart system. Most release appointments at least once a week. Join DFW COVID Vaccine Finder on Facebook. Now 28,000 members strong, the group gives North Texans a platform to share real-time info on where they've snagged a shot. Administrator John Battle.
We are like vaccine pioneers. We are doing this at a time when the system really was not ready for anybody.
One of the most popular discussions online, Wasteless. The group tracks which providers are willing to give unused shots at the end of the day to anyone. No appointment necessary.
I didn't even know there was such a thing as a waste list till my sister-in-law found out about it.
Sanjeev Sinha secured vaccines after finding a Walmart in Corsicana with leftover shots.
But yeah, I mean, it works. You just have to be a little patient and call around.
To get on a waste list, you may have to call multiple providers, be able to show up at a moment's notice, and there are no guarantees you'll get one. But until then, they'll help as many Texans as possible. Katie Blakey, NBC5.
A lot of really good information there. Tarrant County just announced 13 new registration events to get people signed up because you cannot get a vaccine without an appointment. There are other ways to get vaccinations with a little effort. Dallas County is asking people to volunteer at the Fair Park vaccination site. If you give 15 hours of your time, Judge Clay Jenkins says you will be eligible to receive a vaccine. It takes 250 volunteers every day to keep the Fair Park site up and running. We have a link to sign up at NBCDFW.com. The Dallas City Council threw its support behind a downtown subway line this afternoon. The vote was unanimous. It is a crucial resolution that comes after last-minute opposition, years of planning, and $20 million already spent by DART on design. But as Ken Kaltoff reports, there are strings attached to that deal.
In the middle of downtown Dallas, you'd go down to the subway in this animation, part of the 30% design DART achieved in the project so far. To help win the crucial federal construction grant, DART needed a city council resolution. The agency says so-called D2 is needed to relieve congestion on the single rail path downtown Dallas has now. The city council demanded years ago that it be a subway.
You know, we can do the death of 1,000 cuts on this thing and continue to do that like we've done for years. But the real death to D2 will be losing that grant.
Just yesterday, that was still the fear over opposition from the east end of the planned route, where D2 would rejoin DART Rail in Deep Ellum after the subway returned to the service under the elevated highway known to planners as I-345.
And I prefer, not just a little bit, but I prefer very strongly that we stay underground as much as possible. I don't like the idea of these trains coming up on the west or east side of I-345.
Compromise language keeps Deep Ellum options open. Transportation agencies promise to cooperate.
This is a game changer for not just downtown and Deep Ellum, East Dallas, and the southern sector. And it's really up to you as council members, how many ornaments do you wish to put on this particular tree?
One ornament is removing I-345 to open the gateway to Deep Ellum for new development. Another ensures DART still improves bus service in southern Dallas. Omar Narvaez said alternatives expand freeways in the future.
And that's not going to help us anywhere in any way, shape, or form achieve our climate reduction plan.
It will be years before ornaments appear, but Dallas leaders are convinced congestion that makes all of it necessary grows as the pandemic leaves town. In Dallas, Ken Kaltoff, NBC5.
The subway could cost $1.7 billion. A big federal infrastructure bill could help boost all of these Dallas transportation plans.
Angry residents spoke to the Dallas City Council today about the proposed short-term rental regulations we told you about yesterday, and they claim some of the houses rented online by the day are a nuisance with noise and garbage left by parties. We've also heard from supporters of short-term rentals. They insist it is a fair way for responsible property owners to earn extra money and should not be outlawed in certain Dallas neighborhoods, as the critics are demanding.
STRs are neighborhood killers. They must be banned from residential neighborhoods, specifically single-family zone neighborhoods.
STR operators and the giant tech platforms are cashing in at our expense.
And a public hearing is planned for April 19th on a range of options Dallas is considering for possible new rules about short-term home rentals.
Members of Congress questioned Texas officials today about the power outages that left millions in the dark during the recent winter storm. ERCOT CEO Bill Magnus and Texas Railroad Commission Chair Christy Craddock testified by video before the House Committee on Energy and Commerce. That committee is investigating what can be done to prevent another crisis. After today's hearing, one North Texas congressman told us he fears Texas is not doing enough.
It just always sort of gets pushed around to someone else, and nothing really gets done when it comes to this industry. And because of it, we're going to suffer again in the future. I absolutely have no doubt of that.
Congressman Mark Vesey there said Congress may need to take additional steps to force changes if the Texas legislature does not pass laws with more specific rules and penalties to make sure power plants are ready for bad weather.
Grab and go booze from your favorite restaurant has been popular, and it may be permanent. Also, the grassroots effort with a positive message. The local North Texans pitching in, hoping to get much more in return for the community. And we're tracking severe storms on the SBN radar. Rick's update is coming up right after this break.
Millions of people without power, freezing, even dying in homes with no heat. So why didn't Texans have more warning that widespread power outages were coming?
Hear us very clearly.
We took a closer look at what the people in charge told the public before the storm.
ERCOT.com, or we're on Twitter.
And why communication breakdowns left us without any clear warning that people needed to prepare for days without power. See the full investigation streaming now. Just download NBC5 Dallas-Fort Worth on Roku or Apple TV. And watch for more tonight on NBC5 at 10. And the bad? We're here to help.
When you feel like there is no answer, someone is listening.
Thank you, NBC, for sharing our story.
Más que nunca estamos contigo primero.
Gracias por toda su ayuda.
We're committed to offering the support you need to keep your family safe.
A team built for you is the heart of our mission.
Connecting you to the game.
Good news tonight for North Texas high school athletes.
Connecting you to the fans.
Coming to you live from the American Airlines Center.
Connecting you to all sports North Texas. NBC5 Sports Connection. Only on NBC5 News. Presented by Nissan.
What do you think is the best way to handle this?
Representative, what's the biggest budget challenge facing the legislature?
Your home network for the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games.
Hey there, I'm Kristen.
And I'm Vivian.
And together, we're on a mission to discover North Texas, and we want you to come along. Texas Today is all about lifestyle, where we believe there's something for everyone. We'll show you the hidden gems in DFW.
And introduce you to the amazing people we meet along the way.
And we don't just talk about it.
We do it. Now, you can experience something new with us every day, starting at 11:30 a.m., only on NBC5.
Recognizing excellence on and off the field, Wingstop High School Scholar Athlete. Awarding hard work, sacrifice, and dedication with $3,000 every month. Go to NBCDFW.com and nominate a deserving high school senior today. Standing strong together. Wingstop and NBC5.
It is time for us, especially as a Black community, to get comfortable about talking about our issues.
We don't feel safe asking the questions we'd really like to ask.
The transformation of Dallas into a more beloved community.
Don't miss out on the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games.
Cozy TV brings you the great indoors. Cozy sweatpants. Take out dinner. Great TV, of course. All in here for you because anytime is a good time for Cozy TV.
Hey Dallas Fort Worth, NBC Alliance is a brand new network just for you.
Here's a look at what's happening all over.
With a new approach to news on the issues that matter most.
This is a global problem.
With inspirational stories that will make you think and learn.
Let's touch on some trending stories.
With shows that will get you cooking, cooing, and printing.
You're gonna love it.
Find us on Broadcast Channel 5.3 and on Charter Channels 201 and 1246. Engage, learn, repeat.
The new NBC DFW app for Roku and Apple TV. Start streaming now.
Your home network for the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games.
Winterizing, I see.
Hey, Rick, what are you doing?
Hey, I have some great news, and I wanted to share it with you at a distance.
Is it that NBC5 and Telemundo 39 are certified most accurate in DFW by weather?
We continue to watch the severe weather situation. This is I-20 heading eastbound, just east of Terra. We've seen dark skies. You can see the rain coming down there. We're going to get an update from Rick in just a minute, so stay with us. You know, one result of the pandemic has been alcohol to go, and it may be here for a while. The Texas House gave a first thumbs up to a bill that would allow restaurants to sell booze to go with pickup and deliveries. The governor started allowing it last March when restaurants were forced to close indoor dining. This is not a done deal, but the bill has cleared a big first hurdle.
In the city of Dallas, crime data shows that young black men are disproportionately likely to be the victims of crime. Stopping the cycle of violence has long been a catch line for both city leaders and activists. But today, a small group made up of activists, police officers, and community leaders started what they hope will be part of a solution, giving opportunity in return for commitment to the greater good. Here's Jack Heiberger.
Today, all we're trying to do is say you're so valuable.
For activist Bruce Carter and the men by his side, Wednesday was a chance to make a difference.
All right.
By promising to focus not just on his career but his community, 23-year-old Katavian Barnett received a new camera and laptop, tools that the aspiring videographer says he would not otherwise have.
We don't always get the biggest avenues or the greatest avenues, so it's good to see that someone is out here trying to help us.
And I believe that as you do that, some of the bonds that were never created and that were broken between black men and black young men or black boys, we need to recreate that so we can do better.
And among those who helped make it all happen were police sergeants Willie Ford and Sheldon Smith, who know better than most the young African-American lives lost in recent violence.
This intervention can perhaps show that there's a difference. There's an opportunity to do something other than to get involved in violent crime.
In months to come, they hope there will be more opportunities to pay it forward, offering not just opportunity but hope to the next generation of young people searching for a boost.
We're just looking for opportunity partners, and I prefer that black men lead the charge.
You're going to shoot and edit videos that promote positive messages. That's it.
Reporting in Dallas, Jack Heiberger, NBC5.
All right, it is getting busy out there. Rick, take it away.
Hey, Brian, take a look at this hail video. Now, this is well southwest of Dallas-Fort Worth. This is down towards Goldthwaite. And they had, look at that, it looks like winter. Had a supercell pass overhead at times up to golf ball size hail. That looks like a whole bunch of smaller hail. But, man, that takes me back to February. But that storm at one point had a tornado warning on it. It looks like it still does. This is south of the Hamilton area. This is way, way down south. We have severe thunderstorm watch, Fort Worth, Dallas, up through Denton, Weatherford, Decatur, Gainesville. That's until 10 o'clock tonight. South of that, tornado watch. How do you delineate between the two? Well, there's slightly better conditions for tornadoes to the south. But, you know, my saying is, hey, severe thunderstorm, where do tornadoes come from? They come from severe thunderstorms. So if you're in the severe thunderstorm watch, don't kick back. We want you to be weather aware for all kinds of severe weather. Right now, it's focused on areas to the east of Dallas. Did have a hail-producing storm that has moved out of East Dallas. It's now north of Forney. And that one has a little bit of lightning with it, but it has weakened considerably. At one point, looked like it had maybe some broad rotation, but that has moved on out. This other storm, certainly much more rowdy. Let's get the lightning off of there. This is passing just west of Canton. Had a report 10 miles west of Canton, golf ball size hail, and certainly crossing I-20 right now. Ooh, I would not want to be driving on that because there's probably some good size hail with this core as it moves off to the northeast. It's going to be lifting to the north of I-20. Let's look inside of it. Yeah, there's some broad rotation. This is west of Canton moving to the northeast. It is broad rotation, not necessarily enough to issue a tornado warning on it. This is on I-20 heading east, west of Canton. So we're looking into the storm, very close to that place where I wouldn't want to be driving because there's probably some hail, but certainly a heavier downpour. And yeah, there's that kind of a broad circulation. And it's been that way for the last 15, 20 minutes. So no signs of it trying to tighten up into a tornado, but let's track that off to the north. That would be Edgewood, 622, Emory at 648, and on into Point, 655. Hail is going to be the main threat with that. Let's check out this little cell here just to the south of Arlington, and some rain down around Burleson. You can see the movement on it all off to the north. It's been struggling to around the Fort Worth and Tarrant County areas just because the moisture is coming in. There's that stronger storm we saw. That's going to be passing very close to Hamilton. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect down there. So what's going to happen in the future? This is Futurecast as we go on into the evening. By 8 p.m., notice an uptick in the thunderstorms. Dallas, Fort Worth, those original storms that were down here, those move off to the north. More storms at 10. There's 11. So you get the idea that as we go through the evening, it'll be busy. And then we get to midnight, there's one or two, then there's a lull, and here comes the next round. Now, this one will mainly be a hail-producing round and heavy rain. 6 a.m., and there's 8 a.m. The showers starting to dwindle. By lunchtime, I believe we'll have some sunshine around here. So it's not going to be an all-day rain tomorrow. Tonight, periods of thunderstorms. Some will be severe. I want you to stay weather aware. Make sure you have downloaded the NBC5 app. Okay, I just heard it. I'm just checking my computer here. Potential may be increasing with the storm close to Canton. So stay put, stay with us. But make sure you have the NBC5 app. We're going to do a lot of streaming coverage tonight. Tomorrow, showers ending, mostly sunny, 67. 10-day forecast looks pretty good as we get into the weekend. Another chance of showers and storms Monday and Wednesday. So we're going to watch the storm west of Canton. We'll continue with what's going on. Brian?
All right. Thank you, Rick. Coming up, a transfer dispute in the Big 12. Why a former DFW high school standout's eligibility for the upcoming season is still in question.
Live from the American Airlines Center,
connecting you to all sports North Texas. NBC5 Sports Connection, only on NBC5 News. Presented by Nissan.
What do you think is the best way to handle this?
Representative, what's the biggest budget challenge facing the legislature?
Your home network for the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games.
Hey there, I'm Kristen.
And I'm Vivian.
And together, we're on a mission to discover North Texas, and we want you to come along. Texas Today is all about lifestyle, where we believe there's something for everyone. We'll show you the hidden gems in DFW.
And introduce you to the amazing people we meet along the way. And we don't just talk about it, we do it. Now, you can experience something new with us every day, starting at 11:30 a.m., only on NBC5.
Recognizing excellence on and off the field. Wingstop High School Scholar Athlete. Awarding hard work, sacrifice, and dedication with $3,000 every month. Go to NBCDFW.com and nominate a deserving high school senior today. Standing strong together. Wingstop and NBC5.
It is time for us, especially as a Black community, to get comfortable about talking about our issues.
We don't feel safe asking the questions we'd really like to ask.
The transformation of Dallas into a more beloved community.
Don't miss out on the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games.
Cozy TV brings you the great indoors. Cozy sweatpants. Take out dinner. Great TV, of course. All in here for you because anytime is a good time for Cozy TV.
Hey Dallas Fort Worth, NBCLX is a brand new network just for you.
Here's a look at what's happening all over.
With a new approach to news on the issues that matter most.
This is a global problem.
With inspirational stories that will make you think and learn.
Let's touch on some trending stories.
With shows that will get you cooking, cooing, and printing.
You're gonna love it.
Find us on Broadcast Channel 5.3 and on Charter Channels 201 and 1246. Engage, learn, repeat.
The new NBC DFW app for Roku and Apple TV. Start streaming now.
Your home network for the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games.
NBC5 Sports Director Newy Scruggs.
The Cowboys have wrapped up visits with free agent safeties Demontre Casey, Malik Hooker, and J-Ron Kearse. And according to Michael Gelkin of the Dallas Morning News, no contract signings are imminent with any of those players. Meanwhile, the Cowboys are moving on from defensive end Aldon Smith after just one season. The club informed a 31-year-old pass rusher he will not be re-signed. Smith recorded 48 tackles and 5 sacks in 2020. It was his first year back in the National Football League after serving an indefinite suspension from 2016 through 2019 for multiple off-the-field issues and violations of the league's substance abuse policy. The Dallas Mavericks are just over 30 minutes away from tipping off their road contest against the last-place Minnesota Timberwolves. It could be the last time the current Mavs roster plays together before tomorrow's NBA trade deadline, but head coach Rick Carlisle does not expect any drastic changes within the next 24 hours.
I like our team. I'll say the same thing I say every year. I don't think there's going to be anything. I could be wrong. I typically don't address trade rumors because they're just that. A lot of the nonsense that's thrown out there, thrown out by, bloggers that are just throwing stuff on the wall, trying to make stuff stick.
Spring football is underway for TCU, but the eligibility of transfer quarterback Chandler Morris is still in question for the upcoming season. That's because the former Highland Park standout has not officially been released by his former school, the University of Oklahoma. Sooners head coach Lincoln Riley explained his decision in a Zoom meeting with reporters today.
I don't believe that you ought to be able to transfer in conference and be immediately eligible to play. I think we've got to discourage that. Again, doesn't mean you can't choose to go to another school. Go to any school you want. That's your freedom, and we get it. This is something that we believe in. I get that some people are going to disagree with that. Some people are going to agree with that. I get it. But this is just a core belief that we have.
And that's your Sportscast. Newy Scruggs for NBC5.
All right, we need to go right back to Rick.
We're still watching this storm, especially very close to Canton. Other thunderstorms near the Dallas-Fort Worth area, not as strong, so let's focus on this one. This storm has a lot of lightning, has some rotation associated with it just to the west of Canton, and it is lifting to the north of I-20. There's that hail core just to the south of Edgewood. Canton, it looks like the worst of this is bypassing you to the northwest, so it's headed towards Edgewood. It'll be crossing in between Edgewood and Grand Saline here shortly. It's moving off to the northeast about 35 miles per hour. If there would be any circulation, or the broad circulation is now to the north of Canton, kind of going north along 19, but that's that hail core right there. Probably some up to golf ball size hail associated with that. We'll be watching this all night long. Meredith?
Yes, and thank you for joining us. Get that NBC DFW app for weather coverage throughout the night right here on NBC5.
Yeah, and of course, we'll see you right back here tonight at 10 o'clock. Stay safe, everyone.
On and off the field, Wingstop High School Scholar Athlete. Awarding hard work, sacrifice, and dedication with $3,000 every month. Go to NBCDFW.com and nominate a deserving high school senior today. Standing strong together. Wingstop and NBC5.
It is time for us, especially as a Black community, to get comfortable about talking about our issues.
We don't feel safe asking the questions we'd really like to ask.
The transformation of Dallas into a more beloved community.
Don't miss out on the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games.
Cozy TV brings you the great indoors. Cozy sweatpants. Take out dinner. Great TV, of course. All in here for you because anytime is a good time for Cozy TV.
Hey Dallas-Fort Worth, NBCLX is a brand new network just for you.
Here's a look at what's happening all over.
With a new approach to news on the issues that matter most.
This is a global problem.
With inspirational stories that will make you think and learn.
Let's touch on some trending stories.
With shows that will get you cooking, cooing, and printing.
You're gonna love it.
Find us on Broadcast Channel 5.3 and on Charter Channels 201 and 1246. Engage, learn, repeat.
The new NBC DFW app for Roku and Apple TV. Start streaming now.
Your home network for the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games.
Winterizing, I see.
Hey, Rick, what are you doing?
Hey, I have some great news, and I wanted to share it with you at a distance.
Is it that NBC5 and Telemundo 39 are certified most accurate in DFW by weather rate?
Yeah, you already know?
That we're certified in both English and Spanish? Yeah, of course.
Oh, good.
No, es más que bueno.
You have subtitles.
No, we have pinpoint accuracy. And that's paramount as severe weather can change in seconds.
Do I have subtitles?
No, solo Telemundo 39 y NBC5 somos certificados los más precisos.
Right, and everyday weather rate studies every news station's forecast every day.
And that data is used to determine who's the most accurate in DFW.
And that's NBC5.
Y Telemundo 39.
Just wanted to get out of the house, you know? Let's roll, Nestor. Hey, folks, we got a quick update for you. Remember that storm near Canton? They issued a tornado warning on it. That's right here. It does not include Canton. This is going to be just to the north. Dallas, Fort Worth, no severe weather ongoing at this time. But we have this cell that we've been watching to the east that has been producing some golf ball size hail, and it's had broad circulation. It's got quite a bit of lightning with it. Again, it is to the north of Canton, still has the hail core, and that is going to be to the south of Edgewood. But the circulation, let's kind of get in on there and see, right? Yeah, it's still fairly broad. This is air coming into the storm, and that's the circulation right there. In, out. So right there, a little bit of circulation. It's not very tight. It doesn't have the look of an actual tornado at this point, and there are no reports of any official tornadoes occurring with this. But a tornado warning, this goes until 7 o'clock, so it's a relatively short tornado warning that's associated with this cell. Let me, in fact, let me rearrange this just a little bit for you here so we get a better view of this. I want to put a storm track on it. It's moving off to the northeast at around 35 miles per hour, so that's going to take it towards the Emory area here shortly, and so it's going to be Emory and Yantis by about 7:18. But again, for those of you in the Canton area, this is moving away. It's about ready to cross Texas 19. Does have some hail with it, quarter to $half size hail. Tornado warning, circulation is on the east side, so that's going to be just to the north of Canton, lifting off to the north. Right now, it looks like it will stay to the west of Grand Saline. But those in Grand Saline, you are in the tornado warning, which means the storm could shift a little bit, so make sure you're staying aware of what is happening and weather aware in Grand Saline and the surrounding area. Again, Canton, you're in the clear with this, but this storm will continue moving off to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. We're going to have continuing coverage as we go through the evening. Eric, are we going to go on digital right now? Okay, so let's continue this over on our digital platform, which means if you have the NBC5 app, you can watch us or go to NBCDFW.com. Stay with NBC5. We'll keep you ahead of the storms.
It is time for us, especially as a Black community, to get comfortable about talking about our issues.
We don't feel safe asking the questions we'd really like to ask.
The transformation of Dallas into a more beloved community.
Don't miss out on the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games.
Cozy TV brings you the great indoors. Cozy sweatpants. Take out dinner. Great TV, of course. All in here for you because anytime is a good time for Cozy TV.
Hey Dallas, Fort Worth, NBCLS is a brand new network just for you.
Here's a look at what's happening all over.
With a new approach to news on the issues that matter most.
This is a global problem.
With inspirational stories that will make you think and learn.
Let's touch on some trending stories.
With shows that will get you cooking, cooing, and printing.
You're gonna love it.
Find us on Broadcast Channel 5.3 and on Charter Channels 201 and 1246. Engage, learn, repeat.
The new NBC DFW app for Roku and Apple TV. Start streaming now.
Your home network for the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games.
Winterizing, I see.
Hey, Rick, what are you doing?
Hey, I have some great news, and I wanted to share it with you at a distance.
Is it that NBC5 and Telemundo 39 are certified most accurate in DFW by weather rate?
Yeah, you already know?
That we're certified in both English and Spanish? Yeah, of course.
Oh, good.
No, es más que bueno.
You have subtitles.
No, we have pinpoint accuracy. And that's paramount as severe weather can change in seconds.
Do I have subtitles?
No, solo Telemundo 39 y NBC5 somos certificados los más precisos.
Right, and everyday weather rate studies every news station's forecast every day.
And that data is used to determine who's the most accurate in DFW.
And that's NBC5.
Y Telemundo 39.
Just wanted to get out of the house, you know? Let's roll, Nestor.
No one else brings you Hollywood like this. Wherever you are, you've got access. From coast to coast, we bring Hollywood home to you. That's just how we roll.
The 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games, coming soon to NBC5.
We built a legacy standing with Texas. Through the good times and the bad, we're here to help.
When you feel like there is no answer, someone is listening.
Thank you, NBC, for sharing our story.
Más que nunca estamos contigo primero.
Gracias por toda su ayuda.
We're committed to offering the support you need to keep your family safe.
A team built for you is the heart of our mission.
Connecting you to the game.
Good news tonight for North Texas high school athletes.
Connecting you to the fans.
Coming to you live from the American Airlines Center.
Connecting you to all sports North Texas. NBC5 Sports Connection, only on NBC5 News. Presented by Nissan.
What do you think is the best way to handle this?
Representative, what's the biggest budget challenge facing the legislature?
Your home network for the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games.
Hey there, I'm Kristen.
And I'm Vivian.
And together, we're on a mission to discover North Texas, and we want you to come along. Texas Today is all about lifestyle, where we believe there's something for everyone. We'll show you the hidden gems in DFW.
And introduce you to the amazing people we meet along the way.
And we don't just talk about it.
We do it. Now, you can experience something new with us every day, starting at 11:30 a.m., only on NBC5.
Recognizing excellence on and off the field. Wingstop High School Scholar Athlete. Awarding hard work, sacrifice, and dedication with $3,000 every month. Go to NBCDFW.com and nominate a deserving high school senior today. Standing strong together. Wingstop and NBC5.
It is time for us, especially as a Black community, to get comfortable about talking about our issues.
We don't feel safe asking the questions we'd really like to ask.
The transformation of Dallas into a more beloved community.
Don't miss out on the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games.
Cozy TV brings you the great indoors. Cozy sweatpants. Take out dinner. Great TV, of course. All in here for you because anytime is a good time for Cozy TV.
Hey Dallas Fort Worth, NBCLX is a brand new network just for you.
Here's a look at what's happening all over.
With a new approach to news on the issues that matter most.
This is a global problem.
With inspirational stories that will make you think and learn.
Let's touch on some trending stories.
With shows that will get you cooking, cooing, and printing.
You're gonna love it.
Find us on Broadcast Channel 5.3 and on Charter Channels 201 and 1246. Engage, learn, repeat.
The new NBC DFW app for Roku and Apple TV. Start streaming now.
Your home network for the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games.
Winterizing, I see.
Hey, Rick, what are you doing?
Hey, I have some great news, and I wanted to share it with you at a distance.
Is it that NBC5 and Telemundo 39 are certified most accurate in
Alrighty, hang on one second. Let's turn the music down here and let's get going here. So we're looking at the radar right now, and again, we're looking at severe thunderstorms generally off to the east of the metro right now. The tornado warning has expired. There are numerous severe thunderstorm warnings generally east of the Dallas-Fort Worth area right now. This will be over toward Quitman right now, and near Winsboro, coming up on Mount Vernon as well. These are going to have pretty good size hail in them, up to 1.75 inch diameter hail, 60 mile per hour winds. The general movement will be off to the northeast this evening, but I don't have any tornado warnings at the moment with this complex of storms. Looking back to the southwest of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, there is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be just west of the Waco area. That's an intense supercell, 1.25 inch diameter hail. This is going to be near Cranfill's Gap, moving northeast with about 60 mile per hour winds. So we'll keep an eye on these storms. This is going to be generally east of 281 at the moment. And that will be generally trending up toward the, let's take a look at it on the motion here. And it's certainly possible that it could impact the Metroplex a little bit later this evening if it doesn't weaken. So we're still watching individual storms as well coming up from the south near Waco. But the big intense storm is going to be west of Clifton, moving north-northeast right now, or northeast, I should say, going up through Meridian. And we'll just see the track, but it looks like it'll be in the general direction of the Metroplex. So we'll keep a close eye on that storm. So that's the way it's looking at the moment. I'll keep you updated. This is just kind of a quick update on the severe weather threat. Talk to you soon. be back with more breaking weather. Stand by. So we have a tornado warning right now. Let's go ahead and get back to the latest update right in through here. So we go. So again, this is going to be to the west-southwest of Hillsboro. This is going to be near the town of Cransville's Gap. There is a tornado warning right now. Not only that, there's a tornado observed, confirmed tornado near Cransville's Gap moving northeast. So if you're down this way, this is going to be east of Highway 281. This is going to be west of West Texas and kind of northwest of Waco, moving off to northeast. A very dangerous storm tonight. 1.25-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and a tornado confirmed now with this particular storm moving off the northeast. We're going to keep a close eye on the storm as it will continue to move up toward the Dallas-Fort Worth area tonight. Now, again, this just we'll have to keep an eye on how this is going to track. It probably will just track to the, well, we'll just see how it's going to track, to be honest. It can be a close call, but we'll keep a close eye on it as it continues to move northeast. This is the only tornado warning that I have at the moment. What else is going on? There are a few warnings still left across northeast Texas tonight, heading up toward Mount Pleasant and up north now of Interstate 20. So we're going to focus again back down to the south-southwest of the Metroplex. That's still an intense storm. It may be weakening just a little bit as well. Kind of hard to say, though. It's still a pretty intense storm, though. But we'll keep a close eye on the storm. Again, this is going to be near Cransville's Gap. This is going to be east of Highway 281. And we have a tornado warning again. This is down here in Texas. And we'll keep a close eye on the storm as it continues to move to the northeast tonight. So we'll stay tuned with this weather situation as long as need be. Otherwise, we'll go back to our regular programming. Talk to you soon. Take care. Alrighty, let me go ahead and get back in here. We're out for a bit. Let's go ahead and get this. Alrighty, let me go ahead and get back in here. We're out for a bit. Let's go ahead and get this. So let me go ahead and get the latest in severe weather for you. And to remind everybody, we're broadcasting both on Trovo and DLive 10X on Texas News Studio on Trovo, Texas News Studio on DLive, and Texas Weather Studio on DLive, and Texas Weather Studio on YouTube. So let me go ahead and give you the latest updates. This is what I know at the moment here. And again, we still have a tornado warning right now. This is the only thing that I'm aware of in town in terms of a tornado warning. There's still a few, at least one or so severe thunderstorm warnings across northeast Texas tonight, a couple of them around Mount Pleasant up near Interstate 30. But otherwise, the action is back to the southwest. Here we are in Dallas right now. Just to let you know, we're clear at the moment here in Dallas. A couple showers, but nothing severe across southeastern Dallas County right now. But if we go back to the southwest, we are looking at a very intense storm. This is going to be down to the west of Hillsboro and specifically around the town of Meridian. Very intense storm with a tornado warning. Let me give you the latest information I have is radar indicated. Earlier was a tornado that went down. And right now we're looking at about 1.75 inch diameter hail with this storm as well. It's moving to the northeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. And let me see if I can get any other information for you in terms of the warnings. And so stand by for just a second here. So let's go ahead and get the, pardon me, tornado warnings going. So we're going to continue to watch this particular storm. Again, it's an active tornado warning. And this will be right now, earlier at least, strongest circulation was moving right from the state park toward Meridian. Large hail likely too. So a very intense storm that we're looking at right now. This is coming off of both NBC5 DFW, also National Weather Service in Fort Worth. Tornado warning is still in effect for Bosque County. We have received reports of brief touchdowns and large hail from the storm. So again, it's a very dangerous storm moving off to the northeast tonight. So let's go back into the radar right now, and we can see the storm. And I'm going to go now and put it into velocity mode and let you take a look at it. And you can see it's fairly wrapped up right along, let's see here where this is going to be at. Right around the town of Meridian, near Highway 22. This is going to be moving off again to the northeast. A very dangerous storm with some rotation. Earlier touchdowns moving northeast. 1.75 inch diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds. So we're watching these storms very closely. It is going to be moving in the general direction of the Metroplex, possibly staying, well, we'll just have to see. Let's take a look at the motion of the storm. And it's going to, it appears to be moving up toward the metro. Whether that'll be in Tarrant County or Dallas County, I would say kind of be possibly in between the two. Of course, it could still veer off, but I want to make everybody aware that it's moving in the general direction of the DFW metro. So we'll keep a close eye on the storm. Tornado warning that's in effect right now. So across the region, let's go ahead and pull up also, which is very important, the moisture. So let's go ahead and look at the current dew points. If this will pull up, it may or may not. Here it is. So this is very interesting right now. We're probing the storm, And we can see our dew points have pulled up into the low 60s, into the Dallas-Fort Worth area right now. 63 degree dew points, at least on the south side of town. And it's still fairly warm, too, 73 to 77 degrees at DFW. The dew point's quite a bit lower on the north side of town, 55 degrees. So it will drop off quite a bit the further north you go. But on the south side, still fairly, I should say, the moisture is moving in. So a very interesting and potentially dangerous setup tonight is we're going to watch these storms move into the northeast tonight. We're going to keep a close eye on the storms. One particular storm, Tornado Warren. I think we have a new, let's see what we got a new warning on this. I think this is a new one. So let's double check this one right now, or more forward progress with the storm. This will be at 7:55, a tornado warning for Central Bosque and West Central Hill County until 8:45, and at 7:54, which is just a few minutes ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was over Meridian, moving northeast to 25. The hazard is going to be tornado and golf ball size hail. Right now, that's radar indicated rotation. So a very dangerous storm. With a storm, it's going to be over mainly rural areas of Central Bosque and West Central Hill counties. This will be up toward Morgan right now, so you still want to take cover if you're out in that part of the world. This is going to be generally to the west of Hillsborough, moving up to the northeast. So again, a very intense storm that we're monitoring very closely. We're going to see how this is going to track up toward the DFW metro. Does it stay southeast of town, or does it move into some part of the metro in a little bit? We'll keep a close eye on the storm for you here. So I'm going to stay with everybody here. I know some people live in Texas and want to know what's going on with the weather. Not everybody that watches our channel does, but for those of you that do, you probably want to know what's going on. So let's go ahead and stay with the storm a little bit longer. It's a very intense storm. Look at the hook echo. Very pronounced now to the north of Clifton. Very intense tornadic storm moving off to northeast. Again, I don't have right now it's radar indicated storm. Let me go ahead and look at the latest here. So the local TV station over in Waco is really talking about taking cover with that storm. They're showing some pretty good rotation with it. So again, they got a little bit better view of it. So I want to make everybody aware, if you're near Meridian, Morgan, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now with this particular storm as it continues to move off to the northeast. We're going to be probably tracking this for a while. So let's go ahead and stay with this storm now, because it may track close to the Dallas-Fort Worth area in a little bit. And I'm monitoring the latest in the warnings from both the Weather Service and other meteorologists that are out there, as well as storm chasers. So we're going to keep a close eye on the storm here. And with the low-level jet kicking in tonight, as well as the low-level moisture, I think we're going to probably keep the storm sustained for a while. And this is going to be coming up on the... pardon me, my voice is giving out. Give me 1 second here. So we're back with you again. Tornado warning continues with the storm west of Hillsborough, Texas. A tornado warning storm basically on radar indication at the moment. We had an earlier touchdown, I believe, or at least it was down. Now we have tornado warning basically via radar as the storm continues to move off the northeast tonight. This is going to be heading up in the general direction of Interstate 35. So going to be heading up eventually near and north of Hillsborough. So we're a close storm, keeping a close eye on the storm tonight, moving off the northeast. We have other storms now developing further to the west near Comanche, down southeast of Brownwood, also down near San Saba. These are storms that are beginning to show up and intensifying as well. Also some storms north of Comanche that bears watching. So a fairly active night that is developing could be potentially pretty active. Beyond that, we do see a line of storms developing from south central Oklahoma down into western North Texas, east of Abilene along the actual front. Those are going to be more linear in nature and probably will not be tornadic, but it'll be more of a line. But the storms out ahead could potentially cause problems tonight, so we want to keep a close eye on these storms as they move off to the northeast. The most dangerous storm right now is going to be the one that's going to be to the west of Hillsborough, moving off the northeast, and we'll just have to see how this tracks into the Dallas-Fort Worth metro or not. Let's go ahead and put it in motion again and see the general direction and kind of get a feel for it. If we were to track this storm out, and it's still hard to tell, but there's at least a decent chance that it could track into Dallas County a little bit later on. Very hard to tell. I don't know it's going to be going into Tarrant County, but certainly the eastern half of Tarrant or Dallas County, probably more likely Dallas. It just depends on which way it veers. But I would obviously you're going to be monitoring across eastern Johnson County and into Ellis County, potentially into Dallas County. So a very intense storm that we're watching very closely tonight, moving off to northeast with a potential tornado moving into southern portions of North Texas as we speak. So I can see some footage earlier around Hamilton. This was about an hour or so ago of a tornado that looks like it touched down. This is coming from Donovan Neal of Apex Storm. You can find that over on Twitter. Don't want to do a copyright on it, but definitely it looks like a tornado touchdown earlier. So we'll keep a close eye on the storms for you here and stay with the storms tonight. Also, we need to make you aware of the fact, because we're broadcasting both news and weather, that Japan says that North Korea missile was flown around 450 kilometers tonight. So that was at least one, if not two, missiles that they're talking about. So we're keeping a close eye on that as well. But let's go back to the weather right now, and we're seeing the storm, tornado warned storm, and a pretty big area of a polygon with a storm. This is a very dangerous storm, is all I can tell you, at least on radar. Moving off to the northeast in the general direction, it'll probably stay north of Hillsborough, but heading over toward maybe Itasca and Grandview and Blum in a little while. So you really need to be taking your severe weather and potential tornado precautions further on up the road with this cell. Again, very dangerous storm with 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1.75-inch diameter hail, and tornado rotation within the storm with a tornado warning that's in effect. And we're going to keep a close eye on the storm for you. The rotation's not pretty good rotation, again, around the Meridian area, potentially maybe off to the east by now. But we'll keep a close eye on the storm for you. We're tracking the storm here at Texas Weather Studio. Want to let you know what's going on with the severe weather tonight, as it's going to be moving up fairly close to the Metroplex, just depending on how it tracks. This storm could be impacting potentially, certainly, eastern Johnson County and at least into Ellis County. Whether it makes it into Tarrant or Dallas County depends on the trajectory of the storm, but it may make it into Dallas County. It's hard to say. Beyond that, there are other cells developing back to the west now that we need to be watching, and these are rotating as well. So now near Brownwood and Comanche, these are individual cells that we need to really watch. And as they move further eastward into the air and a little bit of a low-level jet moving in, certainly keep an eye on these storms. We're going to be fairly active for the next couple of hours until this eventually passes and moves off to the east. So I want to stay with everybody on the storm. We have people watching Texas Weather Studio YouTube channel right now. We got about 40 people that's watching. So we want to give everybody the latest in severe weather updates coming to you live from both Texas Weather Studio and Texas News Studio. So we're going to continue to monitor the latest information I have coming from the meteorologist here in Dallas is, let's see here, hail potentially larger than golf balls with a storm moving northeast at about 25 to 30. David Finfrock says, pardon me, strong but broad rotation over Meridian is moving northeast toward Lake Whitney. No confirmed tornado at this time, but tornado warning now extended east from Meridian into Hill County. So again, we're continuing to watch the storm for you, pardon me, very closely tonight as my voice gives out. So this is a very dangerous storm that we're continuing to watch for you. This is all live to keep you updated here. Again, severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings are in effect right now. Let's go ahead and focus now. Let's give you the latest on the severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be also tornado possible, but let's see what they're saying in the tag on this one. This is moving northeast at 25. Golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So not only the tornado threat, but you're going to be looking at some pretty large hail with this supercell moving northeast tonight. So a very dangerous storm continuing to track to the northeast. And again, if it veers off a little bit, this will be probably not impacting Tarrant County, but would be a Dallas County storm if it even tracks toward Dallas County, which is hard to tell you at the moment. But I want to give everybody at least a heads up on this system and this supercell as it tracks to the northeast tonight. So the latest on this, let's go ahead and take a look again. Not a lot of information at the moment, but again, we'll keep a close eye on the storm. You can see the overall big picture as it continues to move up toward, probably going to stay north of Hillsboro, somewhere between Hillsboro and Waxahachie. But let's go ahead and put it in motion again and just kind of see the general direction of the storm. And that storm probably, if that were to continue, would be, there is at least a potential of it moving into Dallas County. If you just kind of look at the general movement of the storm, I wouldn't rule it out. But it'll be a close call to see which way it's going to go. Moving northeast. Remember, there's other storms developing back to the southwest of this storm, so we got a pretty good cell near Comanche and Brownwood. These are becoming severe warned storms. We also have a storm now north of, or I should say north of Granbury that's intensifying pretty quick. So again, there's going to be areas of storms. They may pop up on us all pretty quick, and you really need to be watching yourself tonight with this threat of severe weather. It's either going to be, you'll either be under a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch tonight. South of the Metroplex, you're going to be under a tornado watch. Generally from the Dallas-Fort Worth area points north, it'll be a severe thunderstorm watch. But because we're area favorable for rotation, I would just say that everybody, any one storm that develops strong enough would have the... So let's go ahead. Having a little bit of internet problems right now, so my internet may not be, looks like we're just going in circles at the moment, so give me a few minutes to kind of update. We may be running about a minute behind, so let me try to go ahead and refresh this if I can. There we go. Still staying with you on the storm. It's moving now. This is going to be generally to the west-southwest of Hillsborough, west of Whitney, and a very intense storm, 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible. Don't have any new updates from the Weather Service yet, but we'll just keep you updated. Let's look at the velocity while I'm at it. I would say we have some at least broad rotation within the storm. Let's look at our echo tops right now. Let's just see the overall height of the storm, if I can get that in here. And then let's go ahead and take the dew points off. Sometimes it takes a while for it to update. It may or may not update, so let's take a look real quick. Not doing anything yet, so let's go ahead and change to another view on this. Go back to regular reflectivity. Still a little bit of that hook echo in there. Very dangerous storm, so certainly some pretty large hail. And continuing to move off to the northeast. So we're going to track the storm as long as possible tonight. Remembering, going out further, we have a tornado watch that's in effect kind of in that pinkish purple outline area. And from about the Dallas-Fort Worth area northward, a little less instability. So that's why they only have a severe thunderstorm watch from about the Dallas-Fort Worth area and points off to the north and northeast. So you can see the cooler air from the north side of Dallas, from Denton up through Sulphur Springs. See, it's generally in the upper 60s, mid to upper 60s, versus 77 degrees across Dallas right now. So quite a bit cooler to the north and a little bit warmer to the south, although everybody's beginning to cool down tonight with the loss of daytime heating. So the really intense storm right now is the storm to the west of Hillsborough. Tornado warning continues. 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. 1.75 diameter hail possible with the storm moving to the northeast. Looks like it's going to track up to the north of Hillsborough. Let's go ahead and put it in motion now and take a look. So a very intense storm that we'll keep a close eye on. That's about all I have at the moment. I'm going to go ahead and monitor the latest in the Twitter and chat, see if there's anything else to tell you. So nothing really new at the moment, but a very dangerous storm. And remember, these things kind of cycle. They get a little, they'll weaken a little bit and they'll strengthen again. So it may go back to a severe thunderstorm warning only to pop back to a tornado warning a little bit later. So we'll keep a close eye on the storm either way for you. Just like you know, we're coming from our studio here in Dallas, so we're aware of the weather. We've been watching the storms all day, the severe weather threat all day, I should say. And we talked about the storms that would be firing later this afternoon and this evening, and sure enough, that happened. So we'll stay with you tonight as the storms move through. Again, there's a line of storms that will be developing off to the west of us and be moving through. That will be more linear in nature, which means that probably not as much of a tornado threat, is more of a wind and hail threat. And you can also see it's quite a bit cooler to the west. Look at the 50s over toward Abilene and Colorado City and Snyder, 57 degrees. So that's a lot more stable air and cooler air behind that. So that will probably be more of a line of storms. So the real isolated threat for hail, winds, and tornadoes will be right across the central portions of North Texas tonight from about the Dallas-Fort Worth metro and points south, kind of along the I-35 and 281 corridor from Dallas down toward Waco and from Fort Worth down toward Stephenville and Brownwood, now actually east of Brownwood. So again, that's kind of the area we're looking at. The most intense storm again is the storm basically west of Hillsborough right now. Look at this other little cell kind of merged in with the main storm. Notice how it came up just west of Hillsborough, merged in with the storm. So this is a very dangerous storm that's going to stay with us for a while. I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon. So keep your eye on this storm as it continues to move off the northeast. So we're coming on about 8:19 tonight, and staying with everybody here at Texas Weather Studio. Thanks for watching our channel, and we'll keep you updated here as long as possible. Want to remind everybody that we're also on Trovo and also on DLive. You can find us on Texas News Studio on Trovo. You can find us on Texas News Studio on DLive. You can also find us on Texas Weather Studio on DLive. Plus, we're on YouTube tonight. So let me go ahead and check the latest. I'll be back with everybody in just 1 second. Let me go ahead and get a little drink of water to clear everything out. I'll be with everybody in just a second. Alrighty, and we're back with you again. I want to stay with everybody live here to keep you updated on the latest in severe weather tonight. So while I'm doing that, I'm scanning for you the latest in any severe weather that I need to make you aware of in terms of any beyond the warnings. If we've had any sightings, anything that I'm not aware of yet, but don't see anything at the moment. Want to make everybody aware of the fact that tomorrow is going to be a big severe weather day across the southern United States, across Mississippi and Alabama in particular. This is going to be, what we're seeing tonight is just the beginning of a massive, or I should say a pretty significant severe weather outbreak tomorrow across Dixie and the southern United States. So if you're heading toward Mississippi in Alabama tomorrow, you need to be aware of the fact that there's going to be some serious problems from Jackson through Meridian, up through Columbus, Tupelo, and over through Birmingham. This is a significant severe weather event for them tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. I want to make you aware of that around noon to 3 to 6 o'clock tomorrow evening across Mississippi and Alabama. Then across the area right now, let's go ahead and take a look at the information here. So we've got anything new coming up. And this storm right now means business. It's going to be heading up toward at least a portion of Johnson County, I would think, by now, and certainly into Ellis County. Let's just keep an eye on this storm and before we give anybody the all clear, because the way it's tracking right now is too close for comfort to say that Dallas-Fort Worth is going to be out of the woods. This is going to be tracking probably into the eastern half of Johnson County right now, the way it looks, and into portions of Ellis County. So we're going to stay with the storm, and I'm across North Dallas right now, so we want to really watch this storm very closely and see exactly how this is going to track. So we want to stay with you. Again, a tornado warning is in effect right now with this storm. Let's go ahead and put it back into motion. So a part of the storm probably will track into Johnson County. Probably more of it will track into Dallas County, or I should say Ellis County. But a very dangerous storm that we're going to watch very closely and see exactly how this tracks as it moves in tonight. So let's get in a little bit closer with the storm right now. Here it comes. Coming up to west of Whitney right now between Blum and Hillsboro, in the general direction of Itasca and Grandview, looks like right now. And then heading over, I mean, we'll just keep a close eye on the storm, see how it's going to eventually track. But probably the tornado part of the storm is going to be tracking to the southeast of Dallas, but the overall storm itself, part of it may still impact part of Dallas County. But we'll keep an eye on it. We'll let you know how exactly this is going to pan out. Just stay with us, and we'll keep you updated here. So the storm could be just weakening a little bit right now. The inflow notch could be filling in just a bit, but we'll keep an eye on the storm. It's going to be moving over northern Lake Whitney and continuing to move off to northeast. So we'll stay with the storm very closely. And I think what we'll do right now, let's just go ahead and get into the close end of this storm. So again, this is south of Dallas. So here's Dallas. So this is south of the metro. But a very dangerous storm. Tracking right now just to the north of Whitney, Texas. Very dangerous. Tornado warning continues until 8:45 tonight. Moving northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So a pretty intense storm we're watching very closely for you tonight. Looks like they updated the polygon, maybe a smaller area for the tornado warning. And while we're watching this storm, let's go back off to the west because we're not done with the storms. And any one of these storms could rotate. So we can see storms developing from San Saba through Goldwaite right now. and up through Comanche. Pretty intense storm near Comanche. A little out of the radar range to give us a really good shot at how the detail of the storm. But you can see we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Comanche County. This is not moving real fast, but there's still ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds with the storm. So we'll keep a close eye on this storm. And we have a new warning, looks like now. This is going to be up southwest of Jacksboro. Let's go in on this storm. This was just issued a few moments ago at 8:25. This will be a severe thunderstorm warning for east central Young and northwestern Jack County until 9:30 tonight. This thunderstorm was located near Bryson or near Graham, moving northeast of 45, and this is going to be quarter-size hail, and some damage to vehicles could be possible. So there's going to be some hail with the storm as that moves off to the northeast near Graham, Jacksboro, and Bryson and Newport. So keep an eye on that storm if you're up in that part of North Texas tonight. Severe thunderstorm warning just in effect. Not so much for the wind threat. The winds are going to be less than 50, but some quarter-size hail with the storm. That's a pretty intense hail core storm southwest of Jacksboro right now. So these storms, and that's actually on the cool side of the air. That's not that warm out there. Probably in the, I'm not getting a temperature reading, but probably in the 60s. What happened to our temperatures? There we go. It looks like in the 50s. So we'll keep an eye on the storm, but the only really significant storm right now, and look at the line of storms, I should say, a little bit of a line developing from northern Tarrant County now down into southeastern Parker County. These are just scattered storms that have developed. They're not severe warned yet, but they are becoming intense. You want to keep an eye on these storms across northwestern Tarrant County and southeastern Parker County, and then also down into southwestern Tarrant County. A little bit of an interesting storm structure southwest of Brynbrook that we'll keep an eye on. Let's go back to our storm right in here, and it's a little bit more narrow focused right now. With the storm, tornado radar indicated storm west of Hillsboro, and a little bit of a area of a notch that we're still watching. We'll have to see if the storm is going to weaken a little bit or will it re-intensify a little bit later. But don't let your guard down, even if it does decrease a little bit, because it could re-intensify a little bit later on this evening. We still want to keep an eye on the motion of the storm. Let's go ahead and put that in motion as well. See the general direction of the storm. But we'll probably track to the southeast of the metro. But we'll just wait. We'll just keep an eye on it before I make any definite prognostication on which way it's going to be moving. And then tomorrow is again, while we're at it, for those of you that want to know, let's go ahead and put the day 2 outlook out. This is tomorrow, not today. That's assuming it shows up. It may not. No, it's not. So sorry, folks, I can't get the day 2 outlook to update on the map at the moment, but generally across eastern Arkansas, eastern Louisiana, really the Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee area, you're going to be under the gun for significant severe weather tomorrow. A definite potential of strong tornadoes will be possible across Mississippi and Alabama. This is just the beginning of what's going to set up for a significant severe weather outbreak. And what's very concerning about this was last week's outbreak did not really materialize that much. There was some damage, but it was really hyped up and nothing happened. This may catch everybody off guard because I've not heard as much about it now. So really keep your eyes open tomorrow for the threat of significant severe weather across Mississippi and Alabama, eastern Louisiana, and eastern Arkansas into Tennessee tomorrow. That's going to be something from about the late morning hours on you need to be paying attention to. That'll be a significant severe weather event. But tonight we're focusing back in Texas. Again, this is the beginning, but the only tornado warning that I have for you at the moment is going to be the one west of Hillsboro. Has that warning expired and gone away? Let's see. I don't think it has. So that's still the same. Here's the motion of the storm. So it's still there. But we will be running out of our warning at about 8:45. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not they renew it or not, or if it is goes out, which it may very well go out of the tornado warning. This doesn't have the appearance that it did a little while ago in terms of the structure of the storm. So we'll see if a warning continues or not. But it's certainly not as pronounced as it was. But it's still a dangerous storm that we're going to keep a close eye on. Other than that, look at that. The storm out west, the warning has expired on that as well, or was taken. I think that went out at 8:30, so I think that was going to happen anyway. Then the only other warning we got is the one up near Jacksboro. And then the warnings across northeast Texas have long expired as well. So we're really dealing with only a couple of warnings, the one near Hillsboro and the one up near Jacksboro. But don't let your guard down, because this could change at a moment's notice with these warnings, and things could ramp back up again, which very well could happen. So don't let your guard down is all I'm trying to say with the storms tonight. So we got a healthy spell, not quite as intense as it was northwest of Whitney with a tornado warning. And I'm going to go into the media chat and see if we have anything on this, anything new. And my internet's a little slow tonight, so I'm not getting the information quite as fast as I would like. But I don't really see anything new. So we're still staying with you here. Want to let everybody know what's going on. Again, there's a tornado warning that's in effect right now. You can see it on the little pink polygon. This is going to be to the west of Hillsboro, Texas. We're watching a live radar update, so everything should be live for you here, giving you the latest information. But at the moment, I don't have any reports of any tornado touchdowns, but we do have a tornado warning basically because of a radar indication. Need to make you aware of something that's going on right now for those of you on our Texas news studio side, and for our moderators right now. I need to make you aware of an alert for Chicago. And right now there is a bomb squad in downtown Chicago, downtown building. And the latest information I have for everybody is police have found a man dead inside a room. There are reports of dangerous chemicals and scientific equipment found. And an evacuation has begun. The bomb squad is now entering. You obviously are going to want to avoid the area. So this is going to be up in Chicago, downtown Chicago. Reports of dangerous chemicals after finding somebody dead inside a room. We'll keep you updated on that, but that's a very interesting and dangerous situation developing up in Chicago. So we'll keep you updated on that as well. But that's the news department of our channel. And let's go back to the weather again. So we're going to keep you updated on the storms again. What else do we got in here? It's a little quiet at the moment. Don't really have an update yet, but we will be getting an update in a few moments once we get the warning. The tornado warning will expire at 8:45 tonight, so if they don't renew it, it will probably be a severe thunderstorm warning for a while. The storm is tracking toward the Interstate 35 corridor right now. Let's go ahead and put it in motion, let you see the general direction of the storm, but this is tracking toward, I would say, And it's still it's a mean looking storm. Don't want to let your guard down. Going to be coming up into Ellis County. Could make it up into Waxahachie. So we'll keep a close eye on the storm for you. I want to stay with the storm until we definitely know one way or the other if it's going to miss Dallas Fort Worth or not. I'm believing that it will, but we'll see. Could impact portions of Dallas County or a corner of it in a little while. So I don't want to let our guard down on this, especially if it goes down, then re-intensifies a little bit later on. But I would say probably right now it's going to track somewhere north of Hillsborough, up through Itasca, Italy, Waxahachie area. That would be the general trend that I'm thinking at the moment with the storm. But it could always veer off a little to the left or a little to the right. Until it completely clears, we want to just stay with you and let you know what's going on. But even if that storm doesn't affect us, we still have other storms developing off to the west. Right now, there was a storm that was severe thunderstorm warned earlier down toward Comanche. That has since weakened. And they're not that impressive at the moment, but again, they could intensify as well. Also, the air temperature has gone down a little bit, so we're not as warm as we were earlier either. If you look at the temperatures, they're generally in the upper 60s. Let's check our dew point right now. So we got about a pretty good, pretty close dew point spreads from 68 to, 66 degrees or so. Matter of fact, 68 and 68. So it's fairly humid down through here. But gonna stay with it. Stay with this weather for you tonight till it clears, and it will clear. And then points off to the east tomorrow will be under the gun for a significant severe weather threat. Again, a moderate risk now, which potentially could go high risk tomorrow. So don't let your guard down if you live in Mississippi and Alabama and eastern Louisiana, eastern Arkansas, and portions of Tennessee. You really need to be paying attention to the weather tomorrow. This same system will be the trigger for a big outbreak tomorrow. So that's what will be going on well east of Texas. This will not be impacting us tomorrow. We'll be okay here in the Metroplex. Here's the latest information from the Fort Worth office, National Weather Service. Thunderstorms continue to progress through the area. Isolated cell moving into Hill County has the capability of producing a brief tornado, but the main threats to north and central Texas are large hail, damaging winds. So that's what we've been monitoring so far. So probably for the remainder of the evening, hopefully at least, the threat will be hail and some wind and not as much of a tornado threat. We got to get through this one warned storm. The warning is going to go off in just a few minutes, and once that goes off, we'll see whether or not they renew it or not. I tend to think that they probably won't, but we'll see. So this is the large view right now. Let's go ahead and get back into the close-up view of the warning. Here we are at 8:39 tonight, and this warning should go off within the next 5 minutes. And now I'm going to go ahead and take the let's just go ahead and take the watch box off. There we go. Take the mesoscale off, and we can just focus on the storms. And monitor everybody. And there's Matt out there on Texas Weather Studio. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm up in the far north Dallas area, not worried about it at all. So we're okay here. Coming to you from a safe location. Everything's fine. But I want to give a shout out to our audience on Texas Weather Studio. We've been growing on our channel, and thank you very much for watching our channel. Looks like we have about 193 people on here now. It's come up. We've gained about, about 10 or 20 people today since this morning. So that's good. Glad to hear that. So I'm just going to stay with everybody until this kind of moves on through. and then we can go back to our regular programming tonight. I think we've frozen our radar. My computer, this is not moving. Or has it? Nope, it's not. Let me go ahead, folks. We're going to have to reset this. It must have frozen. So we'll see. Here we go. Here's the weather studio coming back up. Give me 1 second. And let's get the latest information. And I think the warnings... No, it's still there. Okay. Yeah, okay. We didn't have this updated. So we got to... Let's go ahead. We got some new information for everybody. I need to let you know what's going on. So let's go ahead and focus in again on the tornado warning. This one will be expiring within 2 minutes. That's the one that's going to be northwest of Whitney right now. So again, keep an eye on that storm, although it's not perhaps as impressive, but we'll see whether or not it gets renewed. We'll know within the next few minutes whether or not it'll be renewed. Otherwise, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. It's still an intense supercell. It's going to be crossing the Interstate 35 west and really starting now. There's still a tornado possible with this storm, and it'll be generally tracking up between, I would say, between Italy and Waxahachie on its present course. So let's go ahead and put it in motion and see if that's the case. And I'd say that's a pretty good bet, somewhere between Italy and Waxahachie. We'll just see how it's going to track into the metro. Does it say stay to the south, just clip the southeast corner of the Dallas County, or does it go a little bit further in? We'll just keep a close eye on the storm. What I need to let everybody know now is we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's just come across. This is going to be now, it's a very long area from Denton down through western Tarrant County down into southeastern Parker County. And the warning on that, let's see what it says. It's moving pretty fast off to the northeast at almost 40 miles per hour. And I guess what they're saying, $50 size hail with the storms. So these are going to be hail-producing storms. I need to let you know, if you're out in this area, you're going to be dealing with some hail with the storms. And while I'm at it on there, we still have the warning behind it near Jacksboro and potentially, and all these storms are going to be rotating a little bit, but we'll keep an eye on the storm near Jacksboro. And then let's go back down further, see if we have anything else. No, not at the moment, but these may go come up as a warning a little bit later. I think our warning with the tornado warning has expired now. Let's go back in through here. Just like I said, this is no longer a tornado warned storm. While it's not, that could change at any moment because the tag still shows us with a tornado possible on it in 1 inch diameter hail. So it's weakening a little bit or weakened a little bit, but that could change. So don't let your guard down, especially going near a busy Interstate 35. I don't want to let your guard down through this part of the world. So if you're heading down on 35W tonight or 35 East, this is still a dangerous storm. It's going to produce some hail, some strong winds, and still has a potential, at least at some point, of a tornado within the storm. So really want to take your severe weather precautions, seriously. This will track probably very close to Hillsboro, maybe stay up on the north side, then move off to between Italy and Waxahachie, and then we'll just see how it tracks beyond that. If it holds on the track, it will probably skirt part of southeastern Dallas County, but probably not going to grab the whole area. Again, we have the line of storms developing now from Denton and points south. So we got some intense storms. These are mainly hail, not really a wind threat at the moment. And we'll watch the storms to see if anything else develops. But right now, with a linear look at it, the tornado threat, except for occasionally the little finger that comes out, probably going to be fairly low. So not as much of a tornado threat. Still want to keep an eye on the storms. Maybe the storm near Aledo a little bit more, and maybe also the one near Keller. These are still strong storms, so they're moving off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour, so very fast-moving storms. And we'll have a pretty good idea how this is all going to wrap up within the next 30 minutes or so to an hour. It's going to move on, and that'll wrap it up for the remainder of the evening. Further south, though, we got storms all the way down to west of Kerrville right now. There's a warning way on down here, and this is way out of the National Weather Service radar range in Fort Worth. So this is way on down there, but these are strong storms, but no more tornado warnings at the moment. Although that could change, they could reissue a tornado warning, but nothing at the moment. So I would say the most intense storm is the one by Hillsborough, followed by the storms across from Denton down to Fort Worth. Those are pretty good in size storms, and then the one up by Jacksboro as well. So that's what we're looking at the moment, and I'm going to stay with everybody. So just stay with us a little bit longer tonight here at Texas Weather Studio and Texas News Studio. And again, thanks for your support and allowing us to stay on the air here. Alrighty, so let's go back in here and see what else we got. Let me go ahead and look at another monitor right in through here and see if I can tell you anything new with the weather at the moment. Got a severe thunderstorm warning including Bridgeport, Jacksboro, and Alvord until 9:30 tonight. And again, severe thunderstorm warning for Denton, Parker, Tarrant, and Wise counties until 9:45. Hail to the size of golf balls and damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour are possible. So we'll keep a close eye on the storms in that area tonight. And again, tomorrow, just want to reiterate, tomorrow is going to be a fairly active day. So if you're across, unfortunately, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama, you're going to be under the gun for severe storms, discrete storms, and tornadic storms tomorrow. So it's not going to be a good day. Basically, east of the Mississippi River tomorrow, from Memphis and points east, you'll really need to be watching your weather very closely. And of course, we're going to have live coverage on that system as well. So here at Texas Weather Studio, I try to cover at least the southern states, not just Texas. So if there's a big event, we're going to go all the way to about the Georgia border with severe weather, all the way from Tennessee or Kentucky and points south for severe weather. So if you're interested in that type of weather coverage, that's what we like to do here. Alrighty, so we're still staying with the storm. Let me go ahead and go back in. We're in our storm watch mode. And let's just go ahead in here and see. So the storm down here by Hillsborough, okay, still intense storm. Let's go ahead and go back into the velocity mode right now and see. Certainly some area of rotation. This is off to the north of Whitney and to the west of Hillsboro. And let's go ahead and look at the, let's see if we can get the echo tops this time or not. There we go. So these are some intense cores riding through here. And let's go ahead and probe it real quick. So we can see these are tall storms. These are 60,000 foot storms with this. Let's go in a little bit closer and see. So we can see so incredibly tall storms, 62,000 feet up in the air or so, 63,000. So very intense storms, very dangerous storms riding through here. Oh, and there's the update. So it's that was earlier, just a minute ago. Just a little bit weaker now, a little bit not as high up, 59,000 feet. We can do a lot of probing of the weather, let you know. But these incredibly high tops and incredibly intense part of the storm is right from Hillsboro, right up 35 through Carl's Corner and right up through Itasca. That's on the echo tops. Let's go back to the reflectivity. That's not, let's just double check and make sure everything's matching up. So I'm going to go ahead and reset this again. Just want to make sure. Seemed like it was lagging a little bit. So we'll see. Fair amount of lightning. I just want to make sure that this was not lagging anyway. That appears to be correct, though. Let's look at the timestamp. That appears to be right. So you always want to make sure when you're looking at the radar that you have the correct timestamp. I've seen this happen before where it's not right, and you're looking at data that's very old. But that appears to be correct within a couple of minutes. Remember that when you're looking at radar data, it's never truly live. When this is processed through, you're still looking at a couple of minutes of older data, really, from a couple of minutes ago. I forget the exact time. Maybe somebody could tell me within our chat the time it's processed to when it's available, how much time has gone by. But I think it's anywhere from 2, 3, or 4 minutes that have gone by. So you're looking at a snapshot in time is what you're doing with all this. And so it's not exactly live, but it's the best we can do for everybody right now. So within a few minutes, that's what you're seeing. So looking at the radar right now, we can see the storms again from southeastern Tarrant County. Let's just go ahead and zoom in a little bit closer with the storm so you can see if you're out on Interstate 20 tonight from Aledo to Willow Park, you got a pretty good storm, and Adnetta right now. And then as you go up north from Willow Park up to the west side of Lake Worth, kind of the west side of Interstate 820, and then west of Keller, a very good cell, very intense cell with some hail in it. Probably 1.25 inch diameter hail according to the radar. And then let's see here. Going on up to the north, storms continue from east of Justin through near Highland Village and around the Denton area through Corinth, and up north of there as well to about Crum. And then some more storms further beyond that, but those are not in the severe warn box at the moment. And again, as I mentioned, we have the couple of severe thunderstorm warnings around the Jacksboro area right now. This is just mainly for hail. I'm not really seeing a wind threat with these storms, so these are going to be like 1 to 1.25 inch diameter hail on the storms with that. And then a pretty good little cell developing now from Stephenville down to east of Comanche. That could eventually go with a warning a little bit later on. We'll keep an eye on that. And we can see a couple little cells now from Granbury and to the southwest of Lipan. And then the main storm that is weakening now a little bit is the storm coming up north of Hillsboro and coming up on Interstate 35 west near Itasca. And it's looking to me more clearly now that this will probably track to the southeast of the metro. But even if it were to track in, I'm not as concerned about it as I was a little bit earlier with the storm. But it could still cycle back up again. We don't want to let our guard down completely, but that's kind of the way it's looking at the moment. And again, the storms across the western portion of the Metroplex While they're severe, these are mainly a hail threat, but we'll keep a close eye on the storms for you nevertheless. Let's check our temperature. So that's 8:30 on the temperature. That's okay. That's about right. And I want to thank Lua B, for our moderator in Texas Weather Studio, for the timing of the weather radar update. So again, appreciate that. And if I mispronounce your name in the chat, I'm sorry. Sometimes I have a hard time either reading it or pronouncing things myself, but appreciate it nevertheless. So again, we're keeping an update on the storms tonight. Just as a quick reminder, this is just the beginning of a significant severe weather outbreak tomorrow. So it's not nearly as bad tonight as what it's going to be like during tomorrow. And then tomorrow, we'll probably be covering TV stations from Jackson over to Birmingham, probably obviously listening to James Spann at ABC 3340, and probably the Jackson TV station, and maybe Memphis or one of the other stations as well. That's kind of what we do for your storm coverage. So it's best to let somebody that's in the local TV market cover severe weather, and they would know the geography better than I would. And while I'm at it right now, I want to give a thanks. While we have the time right now, I want to thank everybody for supporting Texas News Studio and Texas Weather Studio. We are primarily through donations, so I want to appreciate and say a thank you for those who have donated. There's different ways you can donate. If you didn't know, I'm sure most of you do know, but you can donate through the DLive platform, a thing called Lemons. You can donate through Trovo on their platform with their own method I called Elixir, I believe. You can also do a PayPal donation, Cash App, and Venmo, and all that has helped us keep Texas News Studio going. Without your donations, I would be looking for another job, quite frankly. So really appreciate it. I've not set anything up on the Texas Weather Studio part of it, so this is more of just an extension of Texas News Studio. If you like what you do, you're more than willing to chip in. But again, just want to say thanks for everybody that has donated. It really has made a difference in keeping us going here. It's really important to do it. Without it, I just couldn't make it. So just a quick thanks to everybody. And I see everybody's donations. We've got donations today on DLive, on Texas News Studio. I appreciate that. And on Trovo, sometimes I miss it, or I'm not fully aware until the end of the day what's exactly happened. But again, thank you very much. Thank you again for the PayPal donations, the Venmo, and the Cash App. So that makes a difference. And it supports independent broadcasters like us that for those of you, you may be, you don't look at mainstream media, or you don't even turn to your local TV station for even weather. So, or you like the supplement, you like to get a different angle. Whatever your reason is for wherever you're here, again, I appreciate it. And my ideas, I've been doing a lot of weather over the years. I've storm chased. I know a little bit about the weather. Don't claim to know everything. I'm not a true meteorologist, but I enjoy covering weather events and try to cover the best I can, at least, severe weather coverage for you. So that's what we're doing tonight, giving you an update, giving you a different perspective of weather. But everything you see on screen, though, is coming directly from the National Weather Service. So the polygons, that's everything that's all inputted in on a computer, has nothing to do with me or some sort of my idea. That's coming directly from the Weather Service office. These are all issued, by the way, from local weather service offices all across the country. So right now, these warnings that you're seeing on screen are coming from the Fort Worth office. If you get a watch, like a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch, that comes from the Storm Prediction Center. That's issued nationally, and that comes from Norman, Oklahoma. So your warnings are always going to come from a local weather service office. Your watch, which covers a larger area, comes from Norman, Oklahoma. That's how they do it, in case you didn't know. But anyway, that's what we got going on at the moment. And appreciate all the subscribers as well. But I want to go back in to our severe weather coverage tonight. and just kind of give you a little bit going on. Again, the warning that we were watching earlier, the tornado warning, I should say, has expired, and there's not been a reissuance yet, and may or may not be, but it's still a strong storm near and north of Hillsborough. So if you're on Interstate 35W between Hillsborough and Grandview, well, you would not want to be on that road right now because that's a very dangerous storm with hail. It's come down a little bit according to the tag, maybe down to about 1 inch in diameter, 60-mile-per-hour winds. But again, a pretty good little area. Let's go ahead and see if we can look at the hail core on our estimated size. So I'm going to do the mean estimated size of the hail. And there it is. So let's go ahead and pull this up. So what you're seeing right now is just the hail and potentially how large it would be. So let's go ahead and probe it, and I'll give you an idea. So we're seeing about 1.2 inch diameter hail, maybe 1.5 right in through here. Here's about a 1 inch, 1.1, and then less than an inch in the orange. And then maybe a half an inch or less right in through here. And that's not even including the fact that we may be looking at melting in the atmosphere as well. And then obviously the light blues are even less than that. But this is coming up on the Interstate 35 corridor. So again, heavy hail, large hail, potentially large, moving up on Interstate 35W. This is generally going to be up to the north of Hillsborough. So heavy hail core right in through there. If you're up in that part of the world, I would not want to be in a car driving on Interstate 35W. Probably will track east toward Interstate 35E in the next 30 minutes or so to an hour or less, and there'll be some hail with that as well. Let's go ahead and unprobe that right now. So again, pretty intense hail core. Here's your warning right now, the box right now. Let's see if we have any other hail cores, and how about that? This is pretty good. So let's go ahead and focus in on some hail cores. Let's go back into Tarrant County right now and eastern Parker County. And my goodness, we got some hail now. So let's go first off to the storm near Willow Park. And this is going to be some pretty good hail, 1.43 to 4 inch diameter hail. But let's go further on up. This is getting pretty big. This is going to be west of Keller, just east of Hazlet right now. This is going to be in your purples, 2 inch diameter hail right in through here, 2.1 maybe. This is going to be between Hazlet, Keller, and southwest of Trophy Club. So if you know, buddy, up and through here, you're going to be looking at some larger hail, probably the largest that I've seen so far within the last 30 minutes or so. So let's go ahead and keep an eye on that storm. If you're across northern Tarrant and into southern Denton County, got some pretty good hail core coming up in through there. While I'm at it, I'm going to go ahead and back in through the monitoring of our other chat and let everybody know. I see you in there. There we go. I see everybody in D Live. Thanks for your support, and see everybody. Let's see here. We're about 40 or so in D Live, and we got about 50 in Trovo, and we got about 44 on Texas Weather Studio on YouTube. But I don't see anybody on the D Live Texas Weather Studio, but that's okay. So with that in mind, let's go back out now, and let's go back to the regular reflectivity mode. Reflectivity is just showing the rain and the hail and all that in reflectivity mode. And then there's what's called velocity mode. So right now, this is reflectivity mode. This is pretty standard, what you see on a radar. Let's go into what we call velocity mode. Velocity shows the wind direction in the storms, the greens and the reds changing the direction. I wouldn't expect to see a whole lot. We'll keep an eye on the storm east of Willow Park, just right in through here perhaps. But generally speaking, I don't really see anything significant. And here's our storm, which had the early tornado warnings where you see the greens and the reds. But that's just more of a broad rotation. We don't really see anything to be concerned about at the moment. But remember, things can change. So while we have a warning for a severe thunderstorm warning right now, that could always change back to a tornado warning, could cycle back up again. But let's go back now into the reflectivity mode. Again, a very intense storm, which we mentioned earlier with a hail. This is north of Hillsborough, coming right up on Itasca right now, coming across Interstate 35W which you would not want to be on right now, and then heading off to the northeast toward 35 east. This will be heading in the general direction of perhaps Milford, Italy, and maybe eventually moving up toward Waxahachie. If it were to track in this general trajectory, it probably will clip a portion of Dallas County, and we'll just have to see how much. It does not look like it's going to be moving into Tarrant County, at least not this particular storm. It looks like it'll be tracking off to the east and moving more in toward Dallas County, if it makes it all. But let's go back into Tarrant County and Denton County. These storms are intensifying, and I need to make you aware of that right now. Nothing to be overly concerned about, but want to keep your eye on these storms, so we don't want to let your guard down. And there is some enough separation that we could be concerned about some storms that could still rotate tonight. Nothing is severe yet on the Galway or Stephenville storms, but they are intensifying. They seem to be a little bit more organized than they were. The only thing that's keeping things from being a little bit more interesting is the fact that it's not particularly warm out there right now. Mid-60-degree temperatures are not just the best. You would really want them to be more in the 70s to really ramp things up a little bit. Whereas we're a little bit warmer across the metro right now, which is only in the 70s or right around 70. And then back in the cooler air, this is again probably going to be more of a hail threat than anything else. So we are watching storms intensify across Denton through Tarrant County right now. That's some pretty good hail. And we really want to keep an eye on these storms just in case something gets rotating with a storm. For example, one of these fingers comes out by White Settlement, Lake Worth. I mean, probably nothing's going to happen. We want to just keep an eye on it. Let's go back into the velocity just in case. Nothing yet, but something to keep an eye on. And then let's go back into let's go to our echo tops. We'll get an idea of how tall the storms are. And let's see about that. So we got some storms that are over Keller right now in the 45,000 or so range, nearly 50,000. Well, at 50,000 right in through here. And then Samson's Park, not as high, about 35, maybe almost 40 right in through here. But the higher tops are right across northern Tarrant, across Keller and Roanoke right now. And then further down, let's see. I don't want to let everybody out across northeast Texas tonight. So if you are, let's go back out. Look at this. I mean, still got some storms across northeast Texas. And if you're moving into Arkansas, up toward the Queen, down through Foreman right now, some storms beginning to move in through there. And then well west of Texarkana. These are non-severe, but something to keep an eye on. And just numerous storms, and then moving all the way back to the west, and eventually where the warnings are really going, across Denton and Tarrant and Parker counties right now with severe storms. Then the other really isolated big supercell storm, and look at all the lightning. Forgot to mention all the lightning down here with the storm near in north of Hillsborough. You see all the lightning strikes. So we got a lot of lightning with this storm as well. Beyond the intense rain, beyond the hail, is a lot of lightning with the storm. So these are the little lightning strikes that we have as well. So with that in mind, we're going to continue to monitor the storms. Let me see what else we got. Not as much lightning across western Tarrant County right now. The polygons are always adjusting a little bit as the people at the Weather Service adjust things. Here's the latest information I have. Although this is a few minutes ago. 2-inch diameter hail was reported just south of 287 and Blue Mountain Road. That was near Haslett. So that's what we were talking about earlier with a pretty good hail with the storm. So that's going to be the main threat with this system across the western DFW metro. And I would say that things are definitely intensifying now. And let's go back into, let's go ahead and go put the dew point on, if it'll show. It may not even show. Here it is. I think it's pulling up now. So here's our moisture. Let's go ahead and probe it a little bit. So there's some mid-60 dew points. If you notice how much it drops off to the west, of course that's with the drier air anyway. And here's our dry line and cold front right in through here. But we got the moisture finally kind of made it in, and now we got some mid-60 dew points right in through the metro right now. That's probably at least sustaining the storms, if not intensifying a little bit. So we want to keep an eye on the storms and clear until they clear the area. So while we do have a strong storm down south of the Metroplex, I don't want to let our guard down now with these storms moving into the west side of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro, and will be eventually affecting where I'm at across far northern Dallas. If you could see Carrollton, I'm just east of the Carrollton area where the 68's at. That's where my location is at. So it looks like we're going to get some, not showing as much lightning with the storm yet, but again, heavy rain, hail, not as much wind, but mainly the big threat at the moment is going to be the hail and probably the heavy rain and some lightning. But the real lightning storm, if you will, appears to be south of the Metroplex with this really intense storm right around and north of Hillsboro. And we want to watch that storm again because they certainly could wrap right back up again. And it looks a little bit more impressive now than it did earlier. So don't be surprised at all if this goes back to a tornado warning again. Again, we're not the ones that makes the determination. Nothing may happen. But again, if I would really keep an eye on this storm near Itasca. So don't be surprised if something changes with the polygon and the warning a little bit with that storm. It's certainly a possibility that could go back to a tornado warning with the storm. Doesn't mean anything's going to happen. It may not. But I want to make you aware that it looks a little bit more impressive, a little bit more than it did earlier. So coming up through DeSoto right now and going in through southern Dallas County, you are in the clear. So across southern Dallas right now, from Duncanville through Hutchins, through DeSoto, maybe a couple of little very light showers, nothing significant, not concerned about that. The storm down here, we'll keep an eye on it, but probably will track just to your south, but it's going to be close. Certainly can track through Red Oak and Ferris, but we'll just keep an eye. There's going to be some outer area, the outer part of it that probably will. We just don't want to let your guard down and see how this is going to pan out. The polygon covers a fairly large area, so that polygon could eventually come up to DeSoto, and at least you could get some rain out of it. It looks like the more intense part of the storm will stay down to the south of you and southeast of you as it tracks to the northeast tonight. But we'll keep a close eye on the storm. Remember to keep a close eye on this storm, as it could change the warning polygon back to a tornado warning if it re-intensifies again. So that's what I'm seeing at the moment. Going back in across western Tarrant County right now, these are pretty good cells from Aledo through Lakeside up through Keller and all the way up through Argyle right now. But this is more linear in nature, meaning that it at the moment does not look like as much of a tornado threat as a hail threat, not even so much of a wind threat, but we'll stay with the storm nevertheless. Now, while I'm doing that, I want to go ahead and check the latest and notations from people out there in the field, see if we got anything at the moment. See if we got anything important that I need to make you aware of. I need to make you aware of information with North Korea. U.S. Pacific Command says missile launches show North Korea threat to neighbors now. So that's from Reuters within the last 13 minutes. So for our news channel part of it, need to make you aware of the fact that the U.S. Pacific Command says missile launchers show North Korea threat to neighbors for that information. I'm getting some reports now of the hail that came through earlier. And there's some pretty good hail, I believe. Wow. Yeah, and this was some damaging hail to cars down in Central Texas earlier today. I don't want to put this up on here for copyright reasons, but I'll give you the person you can look at, and this will be under Reed Timmer and a copy over from a Don C. Johnson of that down there. So we want to watch the storms again. The large hail threat is what we're really watching from both our TV meteorologists and from the Fort Worth office right now. So really want to keep an eye on the hail with these storms, and I'll keep you updated on that. Train spotter earlier, hail up to 1.25 inches in North Fort Worth. This was northwest of Harmon Road and Heritage Trace Parkway. So some pretty good hail. So that's going to be the main theme tonight. Large hail moving in across the metro right now, moving to the northeast. Let's go ahead and put this in motion. And we'll keep an eye on the storms. Again, moving to the northeast, your threats are going to be large hail up to 2 inches in diameter. This is being mentioned from both the Fort Worth office and some of the local TV meteorologists. So that's what we're looking at if you're moving in across the metro right now, extended basically from Denton all the way to the southwest side of Tarrant County into Fort Worth. The other storm that we've been monitoring all evening long is a storm down south of the Metroplex down through north of Hillsborough. Again, that's still an intense storm, and it's moving off the northeast. It's going to be tracking generally between Milford and Italy and Waxahachie. It's crossing 35W right now and going to be heading northeast toward 35 east and then heading up toward the Waxahachie area. And that little notch right now is probably going to be south of Waxahachie, probably between Milford and Italy and up and through that general area. A very dangerous storm, hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, still a tornado tag possible with the storm. So don't let your guard down. And I would really not want to be on the road heading down on 35 tonight. Now coming up on 35E. So again, this is going to be north of Hillsborough. South of Hillsborough, you're in the clear right now. And then there's more storms developing back along 281 from Stephenville to north of Hamilton right now. These storms are also moving off to the northeast tonight, but no warnings. We have another storm with a little bit of some rotation now southwest of Gulthwaite. It's always hard to pronounce. Right in through here, this is southwest of Vivant. I should say northwest of Lummi, right one of these days. More storms still further west down through Brady and then all the way down to Junction. They're also moving off. The whole area is moving northeast tonight. The whole system is going to be impacting the southern United States tomorrow with a big severe weather and potential tornado outbreaks. So what we're seeing tonight is nothing compared to what will be happening tomorrow. If you're in Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, it's going to be a pretty bad day for you tomorrow, and probably much more significant than what happened last week. Unfortunately, last week did not really pan out that much, and it's very easy for people to let their guard down. There's not been as much publication of this severe weather outbreak this time around as last time, and that could be very dangerous because this could be really worse than last week. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Again, this is the formation of that system that'll be developing tomorrow. This time tomorrow night, you'll probably be hearing about significant tornadoes across Mississippi and Alabama and Tennessee, unfortunately. We will not have that type of activity here in the metro and across North Texas tonight. We're going to be dealing with hail, some wind, an isolated tornado, but nothing significant like they'll be experiencing tomorrow night. So looking across the region right now, did they take that tornado watch off? I think, or did they? Hang on, maybe I took that off earlier. Yeah, it's still up. So here's our tornado watch right now. That's in the pink area. It's generally south of the metro, and then to the north of that area in that box is a red area. That's a severe thunderstorm watch. That just means the conditions are better, more favorable for just regular old, if you call it, severe thunderstorms with the hail and the wind. And in the pink area, it's a little bit more favorable for tornadoes, a little bit more. If you're close to where the two areas are meeting either way, you just want to be on your guard for severe weather no matter what happens. So that's what it's looking right now in the watch boxes that I want to give you an update on. And then let's go ahead and take this off, and let's go back into the metro right now. So let's see. Let's go in a little bit closer now for those of you that want to know a little bit more precise. So right now, if you're from Denton, point south along Interstate 35W, really it's kind of east of 35W right now. So from Argyle to Roanoke, you got a pretty intense storm right now with some hail coming through Highland Village and Flower Mound, and that's where your warning's at right now. We'll keep an eye on that for you. Again, there's a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect, and some areas could have up to 2-inch diameter hail coming down through Roanoke and Keller and Hazlet, strong storms, and through Saginaw, through Lake Worth, down through White Settlement, all the way down to just around the Benbrook area. Strong storms moving across, and a little bit of a training effect. These aren't just like really pushing real fast to the east, But they're taking their time. They're just kind of moving off the northeast tonight more than really pushing that far to the east, I've noticed. So if you notice it, it's not like it's really moving east as much as it's moving northeast. So it's going to kind of take its time to really get moving on through the metro tonight. Now, with the big old storm down to north of Hillsborough, we're going to keep an eye on that storm and anything else that develops. I'm going to take a break for just a second here just to get a little bit of water. So hang on one second. So, just want to say hi everybody tonight in both our rooms, the D Live room, the Trover room, and again, appreciate your support and our moderators that keep us going when I would not be able to do it. So, really appreciate it, and thanks again for your keeping things going for us here. So, let me go ahead and take a look back at the storms again for you, and see how we're doing with the storms. Let's go ahead and look at the big view tonight. Here we go. Further tonight. This is across the entire region of the country. And we'll go ahead and put in our composite radar. And you can see the storms generally, for the most part, across North Texas, Central Texas. There's some storms along the coast from Louisiana through West Florida tonight, the Panhandle of Florida. And that is about it at the moment. But everything's going to change tomorrow. So the system will be moving in. And I don't know if I can put this up on the board or not. Let's see if we can. Put 500 millibars up. And it may not work. We'll see. Don't think it's working. There we go. So here's our system in here with the yellows and reds. That's going to be moving into the Dixie Alley tomorrow, and that's going to be the threat of the severe weather. You have to have these strong upper-level winds to produce severe storms. Without them, you're not going to get a big tornado outbreak or severe weather outbreak. That's why in the summertime, you don't see this. So for those of you that wonder, because if you think about it, summertime is a lot warmer than the spring, 90 to 100 degrees a lot of the time, even in the south. And so it's warmer, but you're not going to see these strong upper-level winds. These winds will be all the way up toward the Canadian-U.S. border. That's why you hear about the severe weather up there across the Dakotas, Minnesota, even southern Canada in June, July, and August. Down here, the upper-level winds are pretty much non-existent. You can go from 0 to 30,000 feet up in the air, and it'll be pretty much the same wind as down at the surface. But in the springtime, it's totally different. The wind may only be 10 or 15 miles per hour down at the surface, and up above you from 18 to 30,000 feet, that wind may be going 150 miles per hour. That's one of the reasons, not the only reasons, but one of the reasons you have severe weather. So turning of the wind along with the increase in the wind speed creates these big storm systems and the severe weather. So let me go ahead and take that off right now just for a little information there. And going back in, you can see the cooler area across western Texas tonight, 35 degrees or so out toward Amarillo. So pretty chilly behind this front. And then across the eastern half of the state in the warm air, it's generally in the 60s and 70s. And then back into our severe weather threat tonight. Here's all the storms bubbling up across the region. And mainly tonight seems to be the hail threat, a little bit of a wind threat earlier tonight, a little bit of a tornado threat. I saw a picture of a tornado that was down by, I believe, Hamilton a little bit earlier tonight. So we're staying with the storms for you a little bit longer, but expect the general motion of these storms to be moving northeast. It'll eventually clear a little bit later on tonight, push off to the east, and then tomorrow should be a nice day across North Texas, and all of the severe weather will be across the Mississippi Valley and Dixie, where there will be a significant, again, as I mentioned, severe weather threat tomorrow. So with that in mind, we're going to just keep an eye on the storms for you. And if you're just joining us, you want to know what's going on. There's a big storm south of Dallas. This is going to be down toward Hillsboro. And there's a lot of lightning down with that storm. That storm is intense. It's moving off to northeast. It's going to be heading up toward Waxahachie. And the main threats are going to be some 1.25-inch diameter hail and maybe some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. There's still a threat of a tornado, but I haven't had any reports so far. No touchdowns at the moment or anything like that. There is no tornado warning, just a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. And then let's go, and that's the latest Polygon. The other storms are going to be coming across Fort Worth, across Tarrant County, and Denton County right now. These storms are moving northeast. The hail size may have come down a little bit. It looks like about 1.5-inch diameter size hail from west side of Fort Worth or West Fort Worth through Keller and up through now a little bit east of Denton with the severe storms. The wind is not much of a threat. This is just a hail threat with the storms. So we're staying with you tonight. Again, we're at Texas Weather Studio, coming to you live. My name is Mark Myers, and I run both Texas News Studio and our Weather Studio here. And thanks for all the subscribers that have joined us, and I appreciate your support for that. And let me go ahead and get the latest information. Let's see if we got any new information. I did go ahead and span on to thinking of James Spann here. Let's see here. So we're looking at the some photographs coming in. Still some pretty big hail. This is going to be over in the Fort Worth area right now. Probably good 1.5 to almost 2-inch diameter hail. Well, I see one picture of almost 3-inch diameter hail. This is some big hail. Looking at on screen at the moment that I'm seeing. Here's what we see. The Storm Prediction Center has a mesoscale discussion. This is going to be across Louisiana and Mississippi tonight. There's going to be some more threat of some hail with the right moving cells. You can take a look at the Storm Prediction Center mesoscale discussion number 246 on their website if you want to check that out. And that's about it at the moment, but I'm going to still stay with these storms a little bit longer tonight. Got a new one now. Severe thunderstorm warning for Denton County until 10:30. So let's go ahead and check that out here. And also while I'm at it, they're talking about storm shelters in Mississippi and Alabama. John Castle on Twitter has a list of tornado shelters. So they're really taking that serious tomorrow across Mississippi and Alabama. That's a significant event tomorrow across well east of Texas. So our studio, or my studio, is coming from my location in far north Dallas, and that's where I do all the broadcast, and that's where we run both Texas News Studio and Texas Weather Studio. And then in terms of the warnings right now, we do have a new warning, like I mentioned. This is going to be for Denton and what else county? This is going to be for, well, actually just for Denton County until 10:30. This is a severe thunderstorm near Trophy Club. It's moving northeast to 25. This is going to be golf ball size hail, some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So maybe a little bit more of an increase of the wind on that storm, what they're showing right now. And you can see a pretty intense little cell portion. This is going to be just to the west of Highland Village. So you can see right around Double Oak. So some pretty, a little bit more significant area, probably some hail in through there. So keep an eye on that storm as it continues to move off the northeast. And a pretty good conglomerate of storms now from Saginaw right into downtown or north side of downtown Fort Worth and over through Lake Worth. That's a pretty good storm. And let me go ahead and take the composite off. And then here's our, just the reflectivity. Intense storm. I don't see anything yet to be worried about in terms of a tornado, but just an intense storm. And looking at the velocity mode, really don't see anything to be concerned about in there either. So not worried about that. But let's go back into the hail mode, and let's do an estimate on the hail size. It's going to take a second for it to update, assuming it does at all. Sometimes we don't get the update like I would like. I think it's updating yet. Let's see. Let me double check that. There we go. That's not right either. That's a mixture of two things, not right. Let's go ahead. Well, it's still not pulling up. Well, anyway, we'll have to go back to that later because I'm not getting it to update right. So let's go back to the reflectivity, and that's not correct either. All right, let's see. There we go. So let's go back down to the storm again near Waxahachie. A very, well, not as intense as it was earlier. The storm is breaking up a little bit to the one south of southwest of Waxahachie. It's still intense, but not nearly as impressive on radar as it's been over the last all the way across the region. So not as impressive, but still something to watch as it continues to move toward the 35 east quarter. And the polygon on that has kind of shrunk down a little bit as well. But the overall storm will be continuing to move to the northeast. It will probably clip a portion of Dallas County if it doesn't weaken. But I'm not. I'll just say we'll keep a close eye on the storm. Then going back in through Tarrant County right now and Denton County, still some pretty good storms. Again, the threats are going to be some hail and a little bit of wind, mainly on the north side, up through the east side of Denton and down through northeast of Trophy Club area. It's kind of our wide view at the moment. We're going to stay with you here at Texas News Studio and Texas Weather Studio. But the general trend is going to be for these storms to move to the northeast. And it's just not really looking all that impressive on radar right now. And the models really showed that it'd be just kind of a conglomeration of storms for the remainder of the evening. So what we're talking about is going to be hail, some wind. The tornado threat is going to continue to probably decrease as we go on over the next few hours. So it's really going to wear on down, I would think. I mean, the minute I say it, of course, something could pop back up again. But, pardon me, I would say for the most part, we're kind of on a downward trend with all this. There will be severe storms. But as long as you're sheltered and you got your car in, you really should be okay with this. And I'm not seeing anything substantial in terms of anything like a big high wind event. I'm not seeing anything like a 75, 80, 90 mile per hour winds coming across the region. I don't see anything like that on radar. Nothing like that's been happening. So I really don't see that. I see more of some hail and a little bit of wind. And really the only thing substantial is the storm again south of the metro down toward Waxahachie now. But again, these things could cycle back up. If anything, it will be this storm. And we'll keep a close eye on the storms tonight. Otherwise, our programming usually runs from 11 a.m. in the morning to 11 o'clock at night. And I try to run this 7 days a week. So if you're into weather, you can watch us on Texas Weather Studio. We do not normally broadcast weather on Texas News Studio unless need be. And audience would probably prefer if we ended the broadcast right now on the weather. But we do that sometimes. And that's just the way it works. So we'll keep it up a little bit longer, but we may be turning it off. If my audience wants it back to regular news on Texas News Studio, I'll be more than happy to pull it off on that right now. So I'm going to go back over to Trovo and DLive. And if you guys want me to pull it, I'll go ahead and pull it. We'll go back to regular news. So let's just look in the chat real quick, but you got to say something to me, or I'll keep it as it is. Or maybe nobody cares anymore. We'll see. We got about 38 people on DLive, looks like, and about 53 on Trovo. But tomorrow will be a different story. This is nothing like will be tomorrow night with severe weather. Unfortunately, we will be breaking in for coverage on that. So let me go ahead. I think if anybody else wants to watch the weather, we'll just do it on Texas Weather Studio. So we're going to go ahead and end our broadcast on the D-Live portion. Not end it, but the weather part of it. And let everybody just kind of go back to regular news on here. So let me go ahead and end this as soon as I can. But don't go anywhere. There's that. Let's go back to news on here. Let me go ahead and take this off. And then that's going to end. And hang on just 1 second here. Okay, let's get that going. Let's go ahead and put this up. Okay, so we're back now. Let's go ahead and see what we got right now. I do have a new warning, and I need to say, just right when I turn it, we do have a tornado warning now. Came off too fast. Let's go ahead and do this. We have a tornado warning right now. This is going to be up. Let's just see what it says right now. So we're going real quick here. Severe thunderstorm capable producing a tornado is located over Flower Mound, moving northeast to 25. It's going to be tornado and hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So this is a tornado warning. Right when I pulled off our screen, got a tornado warning. But again, for our audience here, you can watch. This dangerous storm will be near Highland Village and Copper Canyon around 9:50. Corinth and Hickory Creek around 9:55. Louisville, Lake Dallas, and Lake Louisville, Shady Shores around 10 o'clock. So this is what we need to focus in on right now. We need to take cover, but let me go ahead and get you updated on the storm. You can see the little notch right now to the west of Louisville and right around the Double Oak area. This is a tornado warning that just came up off the wire. That goes to show you how fast these things can develop. Let's go into the velocity mode. And you can see with the radar, the greens and the reds right around the Flower Mound area is an area of rotation that we're seeing on radar. And according to the Weather Service, they feel they need a warrant with a tornado warning. So again, we have a tornado warning. This is going to be up on the north side of Tarrant County right now that we're going for. And let's go ahead and get everybody going up to speed again. So if you're just joining us, a tornado warning is in effect. This is going to be with this storm, 2-inch diameter hail, and this will be in effect until, let's see at the time, until 10:30 tonight. So 2-inch diameter hail, tornado warning with a storm right around the Flower Mound area. So if you're near Flower Mound, this is going to be moving northeast up toward the Highland Village area, the Little Elm and Corinth area, and at least the north side of Louisville. You can see the greens and the reds right in through here, and we're watching this storm very closely, very, very closely right now, right around the Double Oak area. We're going to monitor the storm for you, let you know what's going on. So again, a tornado warning is in effect right now until 10:30. Let me go ahead and pull back the bigger picture of this storm, get you an idea of what's going on. So here it is. Here's the Metroplex right now, Tarrant County, Dallas County. We do have a tornado warning up through essentially the eastern half of Denton County right now. Tornado warning is in effect until 10:30 tonight. And this is a very dangerous storm with a notch in it developing right now west of Louisville, but right around the Double Oak area and the Flower Mound area. And again, I just want to make you aware of what's going on. This whole system came up real quick, was not that impressive on radar, and here it came just like that. And you start to see this little notch that came up and developed. And that's how quickly these things can change. And this was not in the tornado watch. This was in the severe thunderstorm watch area. So that goes to show you that you can have tornado warnings even if there's not a quote-unquote tornado watch in the region. The storm is moving off to northeast. And again, if we have any other little fingers develop out of any of the storms, they could go tornadic as well. So I want to make you aware of what's going on. Tornado warning in effect until 10:30 in the peak polygon. So let's go ahead and slow this down. What this does not affect is you're okay at the moment in Dallas County and Collin County, but if you're up to Denton County right now, you have a tornado warning that's in effect. The main areas are going to be between the north side of Flower Mound through Double Oak and Highland Village with the tornado warning. So again, a tornado warning. This will be coming up toward the Interstate 35 area with this tornado warning. This is a warning that was issued just a few moments ago. So we're going to stay with you here at Texas Weather Studio on this storm. So let's go ahead and go back into the velocity mode, and you can see the greens and the reds. Let's go in a little bit tighter with this, and this radar is also updating and right in through here. But the greens and the reds right around the Double Oak and kind of the north side of Flower Mound. This is going to be coming up near the 35 east quarter in a little bit as well. So if you're near Louisville, or at least north of Louisville, between Louisville, Highland Village, Corinth, Lake Dallas, you need to be taking your tornado precautions now. Now, this is not confirmed as in a touchdown, but it is radar indicated at the moment with this tornado warning. While I'm doing that, or while we're looking at the radar, we're going to see if we have any information about this. Again, tornado warning for Denton County until 10:30. This is going to include Louisville, Flower Mound, Little Elm until 10:30 from the National Weather Service in Fort Worth. And this is what we're monitoring right through here. And let's see if we have anything else. And I'm monitoring the latest for you. And now we're getting some sirens coming off across the region as well. Reports up over in Frisco. So we're going to stay close with you on the storm. And we're monitoring the latest in social media to give you kind of a quicker update that you might get from your local media. Tornado warning again. You need to take shelter now on this storm. I have no reports yet of any touchdowns, but let's see here what we got. No tornado confirmed at this time, but looking potent on radar. So we'll stay with the storm. See what else we got for you. And we're monitoring very closely for you. You can see the rotation in the greens and red. This is very typical for a rotation signature, but that does not mean that there's a tornado on the ground. It just means that there is rotation, and we want to keep a close eye on it. The radar is constantly updated, so let's go back into the reflectivity mode, and you can see the little notch right now. You've seen it many times on television from the local meteorologist. You can see the little notch just near Highland Village, between Double Oak and Highland Village, where it kind of bends back inward a little bit, and that little notch area is where you can sometimes get these little spin-ups. These are not normally violent tornadoes, but they can still be damaging or do enough damage. So we want to keep a close eye on the storm, and this will be in effect until 10:30 tonight. The movement's going to be off to the northeast, so it's going to be tracking eventually up toward Little Elm and Oak Point if it were to hold together. Also, there's some pretty good hail now to the northwest and west of Highland Village. Further south, though, you can see another intense storm. I would keep an eye on this southern storm as well. Don't let your guard down now. See this tail? Now down toward North Richland Hills, west of Haltom City. That is something we really want to keep an eye on very, very closely down and through here in Saginaw. So there's not even a warning on that storm yet, but that's very suspicious, and we want to keep a close eye on that one. Let's go back into the velocity mode on that, but there's nothing suspicious in the velocity mode to warrant a warning on that, so that's why they've not done it. But looking at it, just the look of it, something to keep an eye on. But the actual tornado warnings further north across Denton County right now, this is from about the Tarrant-Denton County line and all the way up to the northeast. So we'll keep an eye on the storms. If you're down in Dallas County, you're in the clear right now. These storms have been taking their time moving to the east. They're not moving as much east as they are northeast. So that's why we're not seeing a lot of movement at the moment. They will eventually push through, but they're not doing it at the moment. So we're going to stay with the storms. We had been in rather dry air most of the day, and this evening the moisture has come back in. It's more humid outside with our dew points in the low 60s, even low to mid 60s, and that's another reason for more of a surface-based threat of storms and severe storms tonight. And pulling out in the bigger picture, don't let your guard up down across the Waxahachie area. That's still an intense storm that could cycle back up again, so don't let your guard down there. North of Italy on Interstate 35E now. That warning box is going to clip the southeastern, perhaps, portion of Dallas County, and you may get a warning off that, but that's going to be generally tracking to the southeast side of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Storms further southwest down toward Glen Rose, but they're not severe. But the main threats, again, is the tornado-warned storm. This is going to be up across Denton County right now, and then a whole conglomeration of storms up through Gainesville and along the Red River tonight, but these are not severe. Usually when you get a big conglomeration like that, you're going to be looking at more of a hail and heavy rain event than a tornado threat. So this will probably be fairly brief, but we'll keep an eye on it as it continues to track through the eastern Denton County area at the moment. So we're staying with the storm tonight for you here at Texas Weather Studio. And again, thanks for watching our broadcast. Coming to you live tonight, and it's about, what is it, about 9:48, and there is a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning, I should say, that's in effect. And at 9:44, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Flower Mound, and it was moving northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So that's what we got going on at the moment here. And we're monitoring the latest here. Let's see here. So we're going to keep a close eye on the storm for you. Here's a tornado warning, and I don't have any other new information at the moment, but we're monitoring social media to let you know what's going on, if we've had any reports of any touchdowns. Hang on, we got a new update. Hang on. Low rotation moving into Highland Village, southern Denton area, suggesting increasing tornado potential. Get to shelter as this storm approaches. Let's go right into the Highland Village area now. This was 9:48 and is 9:49 now. This is from the Weather Service in Fort Worth. Also reports of hen egg size hail, 2-inch diameter. But let's go in here right now. This is coming into Highland Village, a very dangerous situation developing right now with an increasing tornado potential coming up on 35E right now. Again, we're watching this very closely. From the official National Weather Service Twitter account at 9:48, the low-level rotation area is beginning to increase, and we want to watch this very, very closely tonight with this storm. So we're going to stay with us as long as possible, and see what else we got. So we're going to stay with you on the storm. And here it is. Again, that's where the greens and reds are. Let's go in a little bit closer. This is right on top of Highland Village, moving up toward Lake Dallas in 35E. So a very dangerous storm. That's on the velocity mode. Going back into the reflectivity mode, a little harder to see. That's why you need the velocity to really see where your winds are at. So we're going to stay with the storm as long as possible. It's moving off to the northeast, and pretty good size hail. The motion of the storm is moving to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So far, this is just radar indicated. I've had no reports yet of a tornado touchdown, but there are some alarms going off in Frisco at the moment. And again, this tornado warning will be in effect until 10:30 tonight. Repeating, until 10:30 tonight, the tornado warning that we have for you. We're monitoring social media, so if there's something that breaks on here in terms of any type of touchdown, we'll let you know. But I don't have anything at the moment. And again, this is not anything as to what will be happening tomorrow night across Mississippi and Alabama and the Dixie states with a significant severe weather threat in play across that area. This is just the beginning of a major severe weather outbreak that will occur tomorrow, not here in Texas, but well east of us across the Dixie area in southern United States tomorrow. Again, going back into, I haven't seen anything yet on social media, so I don't see any reports of a tornado touchdown or any damage here. So we're just going to stay with the storm and keep you updated here at Texas Weather Studio. So what we like to do is we kind of like to monitor social media, let you know what's going on, also give you the big picture. Here's our rotation in the greens and the reds. This is the pink is the polygon that you always see with a tornado warning. That tornado warning will be in effect until 10:30. And to get your bearings right, this is just southeast of the city of Denton, Texas. So you can see it right in through here, coming up right on Interstate 35E. You would not want to be driving on 35E right now with a tornado warning in that area. That's not a good thing to be doing right now. Also going to be experiencing some pretty large hail in certain parts of the storm, maybe up to 2 inches in diameter. That's the velocity mode. This is just showing the winds within the storm. Let's go back into the reflectivity mode. You can see just a pretty good looking storm. And then it goes all the way down into the northern side of Tarrant County and kind of breaks off after that. Don't let your guard down, like I said, down through Waxahachie and Ellis County. This will be clipping across southeastern Dallas County, but really is not going to impact the main metro Dallas area. But south of us, it will. Very dangerous storm. Do not want to be down here as well. But I do not have a tornado warning on it. It could have a tornado possible. It's in the tag there, and it's definitely increased a little bit. 1.5 inch diameter hail as well with the storm. But going back, the only tornado warning that I show at the moment is across Denton County, really the eastern half of it, eastern, southeastern side. And here's the big picture. That's pretty much all of what we got going on across the North Texas region. So just kind of a couple of areas of severe weather tonight that we're watching very closely for you here at Texas Weather Studio. While we're doing that, we're going to continue to monitor social media for you and let you know what's going on. I'm monitoring the latest here. Also trying to keep our internet going. Hopefully we don't lose you with our internet coverage here tonight. It may be a little bit delayed, but we'll see what's going on here. Do have a new tornado watch now extending further east into east of the metro, and that'll be until 4 a.m. now, looks like. So let's go ahead and pull that back out, and I believe, I don't know if I have the watch up or not. Let's see if I did or not. Let's take the watches up. You can see the watch now has been expanded further east, and did they, I think they included the metro now. I think it's a little bit further north than it was. So we got a tornado watch that I believe does include the Dallas-Fort Worth metro that was not before, and a severe thunderstorm watch kind of around everything else. So a little bit further on out, also further east now. So it's going to be a very busy evening across the region. And the watch, look how far down it goes. It goes all the way down. Yeah, we got warning watches going across the wire right now. So you'll be hearing your weather radios going off. These are new watches that are going all the way down from the Rio Grande, from San Antonio, Laredo, all the way up through Central Texas, and all the way up into North Texas tonight. The tornado watch has been expanded a little further north now. It was not all the way into the metro. It apparently is now, and goes further east as well. So we'll keep a close eye on that with that situation of severe weather. Otherwise, the only tornado warning that I show is going to be the one across eastern Denton County right now. And again, like I said earlier, that's how quickly these things can spin up. We didn't have anything going on earlier, and then it got going again. But this, here's the notch again, kind of see it. And then let's go into the velocity mode. And we're trying to keep everything updated in through here. So we're going to stay with the storm as long as possible. Stay with Texas Weather Studio. And thanks for watching our channel. And we'll be back in just 1 second here. Just going to stay with you here. I'm monitoring social media for you. We're monitoring the latest across the region. Sometimes social media will give you a heads up. Sometimes not. You've got to be very careful about your sources, of course. But according to my, here we go, Reed Timmer, who we watch a lot. He's a storm chaser, well-known. Southeast of Corinth, dangerous storm is just north of the metro. Supercells erupting throughout North Texas, so he's talking about it. So we're going to stay with it. I can definitely tell that it's getting warmer in the house because the moisture has really moved into this evening. So getting a little bit more unstable air. and we're going to stay with the storms. But I have no reports of any touchdown. Have no reports of any sightings yet, other than earlier tonight down toward Hamilton, but otherwise no. And that's about it at the moment. So we're going to be really looking at the radar itself. Pardon me. So here's our warning right in through here. So we're keeping an eye on the storms tonight. Just remember that most of these storms will be relatively harmless, but there could be a few that could be severe. And that's why we're staying up with you tonight, letting you know what's going on. So with that in mind, I'm looking at social media, really not coming up with anything at the moment. Remember, the tornado warning will be in effect until 10:30 tonight. But again, this is not the big threat. It's going to be, tomorrow is going to be really the big day for a big severe weather outbreak across Mississippi and Alabama. The tornado warning right through from Corinth through Little Elm with a notch just to the east of Lake Dallas right now. And then if we look at the velocity mode, just an area that we'll need to watch. Just a radar indication of a tornado, but that's about it at the moment. We'll keep a close eye on the storm for you. And let's go back in, because some people have been talking about, hey, I'm not seeing rain at my location. Well, it's true. Not everybody is, and this is why it's storms. You really have to look at radar and understand what's going on to be able to determine really what you're going to be experiencing. So right now across Dallas County, really, for the most part, you're in the clear. You think everything's okay, but the problem is that there's a storm down to the south, although granted it's going to clip probably just to the southeast of here, of the metro, or Dallas, I should say. But off to your west of Carrollton, there's a big storm from Grapevine through Keller. So it can be clear in almost one county, but you could have storms all around you, and you'll never really know about it. So if you look at your radar right in through here, you can see the storm. This storm from Keller and points up to the north is generally tracking to the northeast, but the overall movement is going to be generally off to the east tonight. So we'll just keep an eye on it. Don't let your guard down just because you're not getting rain at your house right now. It doesn't mean it won't happen later tonight with the system, because eventually it's going to all push off to the east. But right now, most of Dallas County, except for a couple little showers, is clear. But you can clearly see the storms across Denton County and Tarrant County right now. It's going to take a while for it to kind of move on through. And there'll be new redevelopment as well. So this is going to be going on for a while. It's just taking its sweet time to come on through the area. And the storms back to the west right now, they're just hardly moving east at all. They're just kind of what we call training in the same area. So they're really just taking their time moving on in. Now let's go look at the dew point and see if we can see anything right now. If this will load up. And you can see something. And you can see this, the greens and then this white, milky white to the west. That's our dry line with much drier air right in through here. So what you're seeing is once that green area starts moving further to the east, you run out of the moisture. So you're not going to have the severe weather like it's been once that moves away. But the dry line is moving very, very slowly off to the east tonight. You can see it's just barely moving into the northwestern part of Tarrant County, and then through Weatherford right now. It's basically just about stalled out. So this area, or this training effect, is probably going to be going on for quite some time, for the next few hours at least, before it finally kind of eventually pushes on. So we're going to be seeing these on and off storms. Some of them are going to ramp up and could produce some severe weather, and other ones will behave. So it's kind of hard to say exactly which ones will do what, but I want to make you aware of what's going on. with the storms, but it's it's just taking its time moving on in. But this is our dry line. You see it very typical in the springtime. We have that very dry air off to the west and this green, humid, moist air. And a lot of times at night, the dry line slows down a lot. If you don't get a big push from a system, it's just not going to go. So that's why it's really slowing down. Eventually, it will push on through, but it's going to take its time. You can just see it's just forever dragging its heels across eastern Parker County. It's basically stalled out right in through here. So we're going to probably see more scattered storms until it eventually moves on through. So don't let your guard down tonight with these storms. It's about the only thing I can tell you tonight. And then again, the big storm down through Waxahachie and the other storm up through Denton right now. Those are the big ones that we're kind of watching at the moment. That's our moisture view, if you will, just the low-level moisture. And that dry line moving in from West Texas, it'll eventually clear, and then will be the end of it for the night. Let's go ahead and take that off right now. You can see the storms. This is just our regular satellite view at the moment. And we're going to stay with you here. And I'm monitoring everybody in chat so I can see you, see what's going on, and see what you need. So we're going to stay with you here. And we got about 120 people in our chat. Again, thanks everybody for watching. The one thing you can do for us here at Texas Weather Studio is that you can subscribe to us. So if you're not subscribed to our channel, that's the one thing you can do. Follow us, etc. on our channel. We're also on a platform called DLive. So if you've never used DLive before, go over there. Follow us if you like. If you want to use a different type of platform. We don't have nearly as many people. There's only about 2 right now. But if you'd like to check us out over there. So we're keeping on an eye on the storms for you tonight. Coming to you live from our studio here in far north Dallas, letting you know what's going on with the severe weather tonight. So the time is about 10:04. And again, if you're just joining us, you're wanting to know what's going on, we have a tornado warning right now across Denton County, across really the eastern side of it right now. And then a big old storm down near Waxahachie. That is where there could still be a tornado possible, although I've had no reports of any touchdowns. There is no warning either for it. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning, but that's a dangerous storm. And there's a lot of lightning. You can see the little lightning bolts down there. That's a lot of lightning with that storm. One of the more electrical storms that we've seen as well, and some 1.5-inch diameter hail, maybe some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, if you're back up through Dallas County right now, you're probably wondering what's going on because there's really not much happening. Some light showers across southern Dallas right now. And then the tip of the corner of Dallas County up through Carrollton you're running in, but you're really wondering what's going on. Well, the weather is across Tarrant County from Keller to Grapevine and up through Denton, eastern half, and then moving in through Frisco right now. The tornado warning right now is actually just to the west of Frisco. It's kind of from the colony and points to the west, kind of northwest of 121. But the polygon for the tornado warning does not include the city of Frisco. It's off to your west right now. If you're in Little Elm, though, that's a different story. So that is a tornado radar indicated. There's not been a report yet of a tornado touchdown, but a radar indicated tornado potential. So right around the Little Elm and the area kind of northeast of Lake Dallas. If we go into the velocity mode, we'll get a better idea probably where this is at. So the general motion is somewhere between Lake Dallas and Little Elm and kind of northeast of Highland Village, moving off to the northeast. So we'll keep a close eye on the storms for you. And as people are mentioning in the chat, Tornado Watch has been reissued till 4 a.m. I haven't looked at the specific discussions, but my guess is perhaps one that the dry line has slowed down a little bit. So this is going to be around probably for us for a little while. Then let's go ahead. Here's the Fort Worth. A tornado watch is in effect in the shaded area. That's until 4 a.m. It does include now Tarrant County, Dallas County, and Collin County. It does not include Denton County, even though they're the one that's in the warning. A few tornadoes are possible, as well as damaging winds and hail up to tennis ball size. Make sure you have a way to receive warnings. That's from the Fort Worth office right now. So we got a tornado watch until 4 a.m. With this whole system. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on this tonight. I've been working this for quite some time, keeping everybody advised, and want to let you know what's going on. What do we got here? So that's kind of where we're at the moment. I want to stay with everybody on the storm, but give me just a few minutes to kind of update things and kind of get a visual on a couple other things while I'm working behind the scenes for you. Again, if you like what we do here, give us a thumbs up. That would help, and you can subscribe to our channel. And I've been doing local coverage for a while now, and I've been storm chasing over the years. So I have a little bit of weather knowledge. I'm not a meteorologist, a guy that enjoys doing the weather and tries to present to you the best way I can weather in a hopefully a decently visual way and to the point broadcast. So try to get the information out to you, let you know what's going on. So with that in mind, I'll be back in just 1 second with some more information. And stay with us, and we'll talk to you in a few. Alrighty, we're back again. I had to take a bit of a break here. So let's go ahead and catch up with the latest in the severe weather. And it doesn't look like we have the tornado warning up there anymore, which is good. There's still the severe weather down through Waxahachie tonight. So again, this is going to be coming, looks like east of Waxahachie. And really, like I said, this is just coming across the southern side of Dallas right now, southeastern Dallas County, I should say, down through Ferris. Just clipping it, but for the most part, really is not really going to be a problem for most of Dallas, obviously. And then going back further to the north, here's our severe storm. This is going to be up through Denton right now. And again, this is going to be for some 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we'll keep a close eye on that. But again, still an active evening. Let's go ahead and talk about the tornado watch. And that's going to be in effect until 4 a.m. So with the watches that are in effect right now, I don't have them up yet, but I will. Let's see. Don't know if I have it up or not. I think my computer. Has this gone down? Okay, there we go. So let's go ahead and go back to the watches right in through here. You can see that we have in the pink area a tornado watch that's going to be running from now until about 4 in the morning. This is going to be going from Tarrant County all the way east toward just out west of Mount Pleasant. And I want to read the discussion real quick from the Storm Prediction Center and see what they're saying about that. So give us a little bit of an idea of really kind of what to expect, because just having a watch alone is often not enough to really know what's going on. So they always include a little discussion with you, which is kind of nice. So they can kind of tell you their reasoning why. So as soon as this pulls up, I will be able to give you the information. So here's the watch. There's a lot of them all the way. It's a big, long watch box, number 49, and it goes till 4 in the morning, all the way from North Texas all the way down to the Rio Grande. So it's a long watch. So what I tell you is the threat of tornadoes are moderate. The F2 threat is very low. Severe winds, moderate. 65-mile-per-hour winds are moderate. Severe hail is moderate. 2-inch diameter hail. And this was issued at 9:50 tonight. And it goes all the way from central Texas to northeast Texas until 4 a.m. They're saying the primary threats include a couple of tornadoes possible, scattered damaging winds, and isolated significant gusts to 80 miles per hour, severe or scattered large hail, isolated very large hail to 2-inch and 2.5 inches in diameter. They're saying multiple clusters of supercells are expected to persist through the overnight. The potential for more intense clusters should emanate east-northeastward from Edwards Plateau towards the I-35 corridor in central Texas. So they're basically saying it's going to persist and continue on for a while. So I'm going to go next to the models and just kind of see when we can kind of estimate when this is all going to wrap up tonight. So while we're looking at that, I'm looking at the radar for you. But we don't have any warnings, tornado warnings at the moment. We do have the severe thunderstorm warnings, and again, you can see the tornado watch in the pink outline right in through there. And then looking at the HRRR model, which is our short-term model, let's go ahead and pull that up. I'm actually pulling this up behind the scenes just to make it easier at the moment. And everything's kind of slow at the moment. So let's go ahead and get this going. Let me go back out. There we go. And it's super slow tonight, so okay, so way it's looking right now, let's just move it out in time. Why is that? A big conglomeration of storms. Let's see how long this is going to go on. So midnight tonight, there'll still be storms. 1 in the morning, still storms. 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 4, 5, 6. I would say we're not really going to clear out until 6 or 7 in the morning of on and off storms. Now, it's kind of hard to say when's the worst of it's going to be, but just keep your eye on it tonight. We can try to leave the radar up all night long for you. I'm not going to be here all night personally, but we can leave the radar up if you like and let you know what's going on. Tornado warning all the way down there. I realize a lot of people are not down there, but hey, somebody's down here. This is a big old storm, and this radar site, our Fort Worth radar, is picking this storm all the way up on Interstate 10 in Junction, Texas, all the way down by the Mexican border. I mean, almost, but we're way on down here, and that's a monster supercell storm. You see these a lot sometimes too. Tornado and tennis ball size hail. That's radar indicated rotation. I do not have the local radar down there. That would probably be the I'm not sure which radar that's going to be out of, but I'd have to look at it. Don't have it at the moment. But anyway, that's a big storm down there. Tornado warning. So if you're around Interstate 10 driving for some reason way on down there tonight, or know somebody, you got a tornado warning storm way on down there. Otherwise, we have scattered severe storms now all the way from Mason to Brady to Brownwood. They're all moving northeast and then back across North Texas. Remember the storms around now east of Waxahachie and then up through Denton right now. The area across Tarrant County is weakened up a little bit, so it's just going to take its time. I don't think anything's just going to clear out anytime soon, so there could be scattered storms throughout the remainder of the evening. We're kind of in a, pardon me as I lose my voice, but kind of a warm tropical air mass now throughout the remainder of this evening. Let's go ahead and put the dew point up. Had that up earlier. And you can see in the green, see all that has filled in. It wasn't like that earlier today. Now it is. So we got Gulf of moisture coming up all the way from the Gulf of Mexico, all the way from Brownsville. And here's your dry line. Now, if you notice the reds and the maroons and the whitish colors, that's our dry line. Everything west of there, there's not going to be any storms. There's going to be too dry out there. So that dividing line between the dry line to the west and this green area to the east is where the storms will be. Basically, east of that area is where all your storms are going to be tonight, or riding along near that dry line. That dry line's probably not going to be moving much for a while. That's why we're going to get repeated rounds of storms. So, as a general rule, as you cool the atmosphere during the overnight hours, you generally can decrease the threat as the instability goes down. So, therefore, the tornado threat would be a little bit lower, but never want to let your guard down. So, don't be surprised if one or two storms really ramps up overnight somewhere across this region. And this is a large area from northeast Texas all the way down through the North Texas area, down through central Texas, and all the way down into southwest Texas. So all the way from Del Rio to Kerrville to Waco to Dallas-Fort Worth to almost to Mount Pleasant, I believe, if you got a tornado watch that's in effect right now until 4 in the morning. And again, currently right now we have the severe storms across from Gainesville through Frisco right now. These are intense with severe thunderstorm warnings, but there's no tornado warnings right now. And about 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then again, the other big supercell is the one down south of Dallas right now, down in Waxahachie, with about a 1.5-inch diameter hail and also 60-mile-per-hour winds. So it's going to be a fairly active night tonight. You'll want to have your weather radios up. Remember, this time of year, this is what happens. We get severe weather in North Texas in March and April and May. And this is a really good time of year for it because the upper-level winds are still pretty strong. So you can get rotating storms. So you want to really keep an eye on these storms tonight with a tornado watch that's in effect. So we're going to continue to monitor the weather for you tonight. Sorry about the buffering. Sometimes it happens where we're have some problems with the internet, that type of thing. I'm running 2 different channels. I'm running Texas News Studio and Texas Weather Studio at the same time. It's doing a lot of stuff all at once. So that's why we sometimes buffer a little bit. It looks like it's okay at the moment, although I'm seeing a delay in the feed by maybe a minute or so anyway. So we'll stay with you tonight, and we'll keep you updated here in the latest in severe weather. And thanks for watching, everybody. Just a little bit on the tired side here. Going at, we've been streaming on and off for, all day long. I've been doing this for the last 2 or 3 hours now, nonstop, almost nonstop, on the audio at least. I'm not in person on the camera right now. Sometimes I am, but not tonight. So we're going to just stay with everybody. And while we're at it, we're going to look in the chat, see what everybody wants, what you need, what you don't need. And let's see what else. Let me go ahead and check our social media, see what's going on. And then down toward, as I said, near Junction, Texas, you got a big old storm down there, tornado warning storm. Probably really need to be covering that tornado warning down by Junction. That's a significant storm down there. That could be a problem. So let's go ahead and go back down there. You'll need to be shouldered immediately. Let me see if I can find the thing. No, I'm not a meteorologist. Been storm chasing over the years. I've been storm chasing since the late 80s, from the Andover, Kansas tornado, Wichita, Kansas outbreak in 91, April 26th, to some of the other outbreaks over the years, or severe weather events, I should say. So, been doing a little bit of it. Right now, though, pretty much just behind the scenes, doing a little bit of commentary weather-wise, just generally giving you the overview of the weather and of the severe weather that comes across, and know my geography decently well because I lived in Dallas-Fort Worth all my life and know the points around here fairly well, so I can at least do a little bit of coverage in that way, I should say. But no, I'm not a meteorologist. So going back into our weather right now, let's go back down to Junction. And we do have that tornado warning down and through here. I want to grab the radar if I can down and through here. And I think that's going to be the one out of San Antonio. No, I'm sorry. There should be one closer, I believe, although I'm not sure if that's going to be any better. So I got one out, but which one's going to be better? I don't know. Let's just go to the one northeast of San Antonio. Pardon me. That'll be the one out by New Braunfels. So we'll load up our radar right now. This is a tornado radar indicated storm. And here it is. I know there's not very many of you out there, but the Junction's a decent town. So there's our tornado warning right now with a decent hook on that storm. So if you know anybody down there, they got some problems right now, and there's some pretty good rotation. That's definitely a significant storm. But again, radar indicated at the moment. But you would want to be taking your tornado precautions. It's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado and damaging winds. It was about, at the time, 12 miles west of Junction, moving northeast at 30. That was radar indicated tornado right there. And that came out of the Weather Service in San Angelo. And maybe I should have used the San Angelo radar. I forgot about that one. Let's see if we want to use the San Angelo one. It doesn't really matter, but you get the idea. That's our storm way on down there. But most of you are back in toward the Metroplex, so we'll want to go back into the Metroplex. This is the area. We're all loaded up with moisture tonight, but the big storm activities across the region. So let's go back to the Fort Worth office and go back to the KFWS radar and get back in through here. Again, we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings right now across, moving in through Collin County. Looks like, let's go ahead and look back in through the system across Collin County right now. And again, a pretty good cell, a line of storms from Grapevine through Louisville to Frisco right now, to just west of McKinney. And there's still a tornado tag possible with that, with a threat of 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Really want to watch that storm west of McKinney. There might be a little bit of a notch developing in through there. So keep a close eye on that storm tonight. So we'll keep that close eye on that. Again, this is going to be up just west of McKinney right now. very intense storm right around the Prosper area, and a lot of lightning looks like right now too. So see that up and through there? See a lot of lightning, some hail, at least 1 inch diameter hail, and maybe something to watch around. There's probably a little bit of wind up through Prosper right now. I'll let you know if anything else develops, but something we want to keep an eye on with this. It's always possible we could go back to a tornado warning again with that storm, but we'll see. But definitely keep an eye on the storm if you're west of McKinney right now and right around the Frisco area. There's just something we want to keep an eye on in through there. But the Weather Service will be the one that makes the final call on that. So let's go back down now and see if you're over in northern Tarrant County right now. You do have a few scattered storms from Keller through North Richland Hills through Grapevine. The tail end of that whole complex is right around the Grapevine area and moving off to the northeast. Here's our earlier big supercell that's kind of winding down a little bit. This is coming up through Ennis right now, and still a tornado tag possible with about a 1.5 inch diameter hail, some 60 mile per hour winds, and some still pretty good lightning down through here. And this is coming across Interstate 45 right now. A little bit of a hail core developing to the northeast of Ennis. And then further back, we can see scattered cells from southeast of Stephenville and east. More cells developing down through Brownwood. And there's just a whole ton of little storms. And then again, the storm down by Junction with a tornado warning. So this is a very active night. Not unusual for late March, but something we'll keep an eye on here at Texas News Studio. Going further out, for my girlfriend that lives all the way up in DeQueen, there's a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be to the north or east-northeast of the DeQueen. This is going to be up near Dirks, I should say, and north of Nashville, Arkansas. So anybody way on up there, there's your severe thunderstorm warning. Other storms along the Red River west of Texarkana tonight. And then this is our moisture. And again, just to reiterate, tomorrow is going to be the big severe weather day. So this is just the beginning of a major severe weather outbreak that's going to happen tomorrow. So if you're across Louisiana, really eastern Louisiana, all of Mississippi, all of Alabama, you are going to be under the gun tomorrow for a significant, and I mean significant, severe weather outbreak tomorrow. So we want to make you aware what's going on. Let me see if I can get the day 2 outlook up or not. I don't know if I can. Here it is. Let me go ahead and take the dew points off. Let's take our fill off. So here it is tomorrow. For those of you, this is not today, but for tomorrow, there's a moderate risk right now across Mississippi and Alabama and a good chunk of southern portion of Tennessee right now. So, and really eastern half of Arkansas. So from Little Rock eastward, especially from Memphis on down through Jackson, Mississippi, and over through Birmingham, and up through Decatur, and up through Nashville, you're going to be under the gun tomorrow for a significant, and I mean significant, severe weather event that will be much more significant than what we're experiencing tonight. Will blow away what we're going through right now tonight, which is really overall not that much. But this is going to be a big weather event tomorrow. We'll be doing live coverage on our channel tomorrow. Probably listening to the usual people like James Spann and others with this situation that could be really significant over there. Don't want to hate to use the word outbreak or something like that, but just let you know it's going to be probably pretty significant. So if you're heading out on Interstate 20 out east through Jackson, Mississippi, and up through Birmingham, you'll need to be aware of very significant severe weather. Same going up on the Interstate 55, Interstate 22, and Interstate 40 over to at least Nashville. So very significant severe weather that's going to really ramp up tonight and really get going tomorrow. So what we're just seeing tonight is the beginning of what's going to be a very active 24-hour period from this time tonight all the way to tomorrow night for storms and severe weather. So I want to make you aware of what's going on, that this is just the beginning of it. This will not be nearly as bad as what will be going on by tomorrow and tomorrow night. So that's what we got going on at the moment. But otherwise, we're watching the storms across the region tonight here. And while we did have a tornado warning earlier, we have, let me go ahead and take that convective outlook off. So for the most part, right now, I would say that there are some warnings out. but nothing's too out of hand. We have this long tornado watch that'll be in effect until 4 a.m., and there's still more warnings and storms that'll still be coming up from the southwest tonight. And I'll just keep your weather radio handy with you tonight as the storms will continue. This will be going on for quite some time. It's going to be impossible for me to stay up for that long covering overnight weather coverage for that period of time. So we'll leave the radar up for you tonight, let you know what's going on, and we're also monitoring our chat as well. So again, thanks for watching our channel. I'm just looking in chat right now and seeing who's in here. And again, we got about 135 people. So if you're just joining us tonight, I want to say thank you. We got about, I haven't checked our subscribers, but we've gotten quite a few today. So again, appreciate that. About 227 now since our earlier today, we were like in the 180 range. So we've gone up quite a bit. Really appreciate that for staying with us here. And again, I try to run this channel from 11 a.m. in the morning to 11 o'clock at night. So you get about 12 hours a day of just continuous weather coverage. It may just be pretty, basic with a weather radar and the temperature, but you want to check that out. And then if there's a breaking severe weather event, then I'm always going to have that up for everybody to see. I'm going to always cover Texas, North Texas in particular, in the southern United States. If you like that type of weather coverage, if you need that type of weather coverage, then check out our channel. But going back in here right now, we got about 144 people watching our channel. Again, thanks for watching tonight. And we're just going to stay with you. If you're not familiar with us, we also have our own news channel called Texas News Studio. And we're also on a platform called DLive. So Texas Weather Studio is also on DLive. So if you don't want to be on YouTube, don't like it, don't want it, you can always go over to DLive and check us out there. Otherwise, we're going to continue on a little bit longer tonight. It's about 10:39 at night right now. Coming to you live. I'm coming to you from far north Dallas for the latest in weather and severe weather coverage. And the other thing I can tell you is our temperatures have dropped off a little bit. We're in the mid-60s. We were in the upper 70s earlier today. Last I checked, it was like 79 at DFW, and it's cooled back down into the 60s now, especially in the rain. 54 degrees over in Denton right there, so quite a bit cooler. The wind's also out of the northwest. Let's go ahead and put our high-res fill back up for the dry, basically our dry line. But I think that's pushed probably a little bit further east since it was last updated. So again, this area is going to be waffling right around the west side of the metro. But that tornado watch will be a close call, but it could get trimmed another county or so as we move through time. It's hard to say. But certainly Dallas County and points eastward will be in a threat of severe weather tonight. But that's where our dry line is. Everything to the west is much cooler and drier, so the threat of certainly tornadoes will be very low out there. But you can still get some hail, but the threat of tornadoes are going to be in this green area where it's much more humid, warmer with the higher dew points. And our dew points in Dallas right now, we're up already in the low 60s and really in the mid-60s points to the south of the metro right now. Severe weather-wise, we're seeing storms along the river tonight. They're not severe, but there are a band of storms all the way from Sherman-Denison through Paris, Clarksville, DeKalb, and into southern and southeastern Oklahoma tonight. There's a severe thunderstorm now, as I mentioned earlier, across southwestern Arkansas, northeast of DeQueen. We also have a severe thunderstorm up in southern Oklahoma, and this is going to be up north of, what is that, Atoka or Tusk? I should say Lee and Colgate and Wardville. That's a storm up there. And then, but a conglomeration of storms that eventually turns severe across Texas down and through, that will be Grayson and Collin counties, and right in through McKinney. There's our little notch that we talked about earlier, right through McKinney. See, right in through here. So here's our notch. And let's see here. That's in our reflectivity mode. If we go back over to the velocity mode again, certainly a little bit of wind perhaps. We'll keep you updated, but there's no tornado warning or anything like that. Just a severe thunderstorm warning. Strong storm pushing through, and we'll keep you updated on that tonight. There's the polygon. The red is indicating a severe thunderstorm warning in that little red polygon, and the larger pink is the tornado watch that covers a larger area. That's what it's showing right in through there. And then back down and through Now moving across, that box doesn't appear to be updated yet, so they mean it updated, the software is not updated. But here comes the storm through Rosser right now, clipping the extreme southeastern portion of Dallas County, just east of Wilmer right now, and through south of Seagoville. So you get a little bit of the storm, but that's not much. And then a pretty intense storm now, core, east of Palmer, coming up through generally direction of Kaufman and west of Oak Grove, right in through here, and a pretty little cell, again, north of from Ennis and points off to the northeast. But again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. Don't know if they've updated the box or if it's just my software delayed. And then again, the rest all the way down. The only tornado warning right now is way back here toward Junction. And it looks like we've got 2 of them right now. So let's see what they're saying down here. For those of you, this is going to be right around the Junction area. I would really be curious to see what's going on. 2 to 2 inch diameter hail. Tornado warning. This is San Angelo at 10:40. This is within just the last few minutes. Capable of producing a tornado and damaging winds over Junction near Segovia, moving east at 35. Tornado and hail up to 2 inches in diameter. So this is a tornadic thunderstorm, basically over rural areas of eastern Kimball and southwestern Mason counties, including a bunch of interstate highways, I should say. So pretty rural area. That's one storm, but I see another warning. Let's see what this one's about. This is another area rotation. This one probably is the same thing, just not been updated, but basically I think that's the same storm with that one as well. So we're pretty active tonight across the region. A long area of tornado watch that'll be in effect until about 4 in the morning right now. And again, if you're just joining us tonight, we are covering the weather for you here. And this is Texas Weather Studio. We cover a good portion of the state. And right now we're covering the North Texas area and all the way down into the Central Texas area and down into the Hill Country. Right now, if you're joining us, there are a few severe thunderstorm warnings across the region, with 1 tornado warning down toward Junction. And then immediately toward the Metroplex right now, we do have the severe thunderstorm warning weakened now that's down by Rosser and east of Palmer and around the Ennis area. That's not nearly as intense, and that's why they dropped the severe thunderstorm warning on that. Now, there still could be some hail, a little bit of wind, but not like it was. It's really weakening in its weakening phase or dying phase on that storm. And that was a storm that came all the way up from Hamilton and came across. Now, going back into my area, I need to let you know I'm up in far north Dallas, and it's just started lightning where I'm at. There's a little tail coming down with this storm. So if you're in far north Dallas right now, you're getting a bit of a tail of this storm from the Addison area through Richardson right now, south of 635, all the way down to just north of University Park, right down Preston Road and the tollway, coming up on 75. Some lightning. I haven't looked right outside this second to see if it's raining, but I assume there should be some precip out there. And then heavier precip along the George Bush, and then further north up into Collin County, and then just along and west of 75 from Plano through Allen, all the way up through Fairview, and a good intense cell right around the McKinney area and just west right now, kind of clearing out of the Prosper area and moving off to the east. So that's kind of the way it's looking right now. But we've got a finger coming down into Dallas County right now. So while it's been fairly quiet in the last scan or two, we just got a storm that just popped up on my location right in through here. So we're watching the storms for you. We will keep you updated on this. But again, there are no warnings. We have a tornado watch that's in effect, but no warnings. The tornado watch will be in effect in the pink area until 4 in the morning. And I could go over the list of counties, but you could basically say all the way from Fort Worth through Dallas. That does include Collin County and goes out east on 30, covers through Greenville and Sulphur Springs. This stays south of Paris at the moment, and then goes down to west of Tyler, over to Athens, down to Corsicana, then all the way down south and southwest down to the Austin Round Rock area, further all the way down to San Antonio, and then all the way west down to, Del Rio, right in through here, Brackettville. So a very large area of the state covered by a watch, then back up through Sonora and Junction and Maynard and Brady. This is a tornado watch, so a large area. And that'll be in effect until 4 in the morning. This large pink, purplish area of storms. Now, when I said the warning went off, it looks like it's either come back up or my software was not updating. So here's our warning again, unless it was reissued. Let's see what we got right now. This may be a new warning. Why that may have been why it went off. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is out of Fort Worth for Kaufman County and northwestern Ellis County. That'll be until 11:45. Severe thunderstorm was located near Ennis, moving east at 25. You need to be aware of the fact that there's 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and some quarter-size hail, and it's radar indicated at the moment. So that's what they're looking at right now. So we got a new severe thunderstorm warning with this storm. It's still not as intense as it was, but they did reissue the warning. But this is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm warning. You'll need to keep an eye on it. There's a little bit of a tail down with the storm, so just keep an eye on the storm. It'll be moving off to the east-northeast tonight. And that'll be pushing across eastern North Texas and kind of along the I-20 corridor. And again, here's our other severe thunderstorm across eastern Denton County and then through Collin County and then into the southeastern portion of Grayson County, right in through there. And I'm not sure if that's clipping into Hunt County yet or not. I'd have to look at the box on it. But there we go. So that's kind of where we stand at the moment in terms of the severe weather coverage we have for you. We got a lot of people watching us right now. Appreciate you staying with us tonight and letting us give you the latest in weather coverage. So again, if you've not subscribed to us, please do so. That helps us out. And if you like what we do or like what I do, and if you could give us a thumbs up here at Texas Weather Studio, that would be greatly appreciated. So again, we're watching the storm weather storm for you tonight. Let me see what else I can find. Let me go into the latest in the social media for you tonight. And again, this is part of a larger system, again, that we're going to be monitoring. It's going to be much more significant tomorrow across Mississippi and Alabama in particular, and also across Tennessee. So again, we're going to be covering this for quite some time. And also, while I'm looking at social media, we had a cone tornado earlier this evening about 5 miles east of Hamilton, and there are some pictures that are out. I don't want to do any copyright problems, but you could check it out on Twitter. So the guy's name is Alec, A-L-E-C, Scholten, S-C-H-O-L-T-E-N on Twitter. He's got a nice picture of the cone tornado. It looks pretty impressive in this picture. So check it out on Twitter if you have a Twitter account with that. Let's see here. Storm Prediction Center is still watching supercells over the Edwards Plateau this evening. That's what we're keeping an eye on. And as I mentioned earlier, a tornado warning still in effect for Junction, Texas until 11:15. Pardon me, tonight, because it's been a long day trying to keep the weather, keep you updated here. So keep you updated. What else can I tell you? Still monitoring for more information on the weather, but that's kind of it at the moment. Remember, this is going to be a long process because we're going to be transitioning into a big severe weather outbreak tomorrow across, but generally kind of east of the Mississippi. So expect a long day again tomorrow. So we're going to stay with you tonight. Thanks for watching our channel. I'm looking at everybody in our chat. We don't have a lot of moderators yet, mainly because we've not had that many people come in at any one time. So most of the time when I'm running this channel, I'm lucky if I have 2 or 3 or 4 people. This is the most I've ever seen. And we're also a relatively new channel as well. So again, if you are somebody that likes weather and would be interested in being a moderator, especially if you're a storm chaser or have some sort of credentials, let me know in the chat below and we might consider you as a moderator, because kind of hate to have the chat as just completely freewheeling, but I really don't have the time to go in there and moderate you. And at the same time, I want everybody to be able to chat freely. So again, we do have moderators, but sometimes we might need a few more. So let you know about, or just let us know if you'd be interested, and I'll verify some things and see what we can do for you. But primarily somebody that's a storm chaser or somebody that's truly been into it and likes the idea of moderating. So with that in mind, we're staying with you tonight, and we'll keep you updated again with severe weather. And again, thanks for Lua for moderating. I see everybody. I just understand that sometimes it can be a little overwhelming for maybe one person moderating. So we'll keep you updated, not trying to step on anybody's toes or anything like that. But we're monitoring the weather. And again, what else can we tell you at the moment? Here's our tornado warning down near Junction. That's the only tornado warning in the state at the moment. And raining pretty hard at my house. I'm up here in North Dallas. And we have the storms. Heavy rain right now at my location. This is in Richardson. I'm just west of Richardson, between Richardson and Addison, right on that little hill core. And getting some good rain. I don't hear any hail at the moment, but it's raining pretty good. A little bit of lightning out here as the storm slowly tracks off to the east. So this is generally along the 635, east of 35 and west of 75. And coming right across the far north Dallas and Addison and Richardson area, really moving into Richardson right now. And I would say a lot of the storm that right now is kind of tracking along the 75 corridor from Richardson through Plano, through Allen, through Fairview, through McKinney right now, and all the way on up through Melissa and Anna. You can just see it all the way up through there. A little bit of a break after that and kind of trails off as you move into southern Oklahoma. And then again, another pretty intense cell. Now east of Sherman, this is going to be up through Bells and east of Denison right now. So intense cell right up in through there, but I don't see a warning on that yet. But the whole areas will be tracking off to the east, and we'll keep an eye on the storms tonight. Again, tornado watch in the pink area, covering a good part of the central state of Texas until 4 a.m., and we'll keep you advised here at Texas Weather Studio. So again, thanks for watching our channel, and we're staying with you here until some of this kind of clears out tonight. So, but yeah, appreciate everybody to be respectful and chat, because when we don't have a lot of moderators, it's really hard to control things. So really appreciate that. And also need to remind you that I'm also working two different channels. I'm working the Texas News Studio, and also I'm running it on different platforms. So I got DLive and a thing called Trovo, plus this channel. So we're doing a lot of different things at the same time beyond just the weather. So I'm kind of working different computers and all that. And now it feels like it's cooled off a little bit here at my location. We're 66 degrees. In the cooler air, it's been getting kind of warm, and now Addison's cooled back down to 66 degrees, pardon me, in the rain at the moment. And the storms are marching off to the east tonight, so we'll keep an eye on the storms. Let's go back to the southwest right now, and to the southwest of Cleburne. Here's some storms. Here's another storm near Hico. A little bit of an S in that right there. So we'll keep an eye on that. That's going to be between Hico and Iredell and southwest of Walnut Springs. I would keep an eye on that storm now. So that's a storm we want to keep an eye on. And then beyond that, some storms north of Brady right now, and another storm near Mason. Of course, the tornadic storm near Junction. But these storms have not moved into the 35 corridor down toward Austin or Georgetown or Waco yet. So they're still further off to the west, and we'll just have to see how well they behave or don't behave tonight as they move off to the east. But that's what we're staying here with you. We've also cooled down now to 55 degrees over at Fort Worth Meacham. So I think we're getting into the cooler area. See the 57 now at Alliance and 55 degrees at Fort Worth Meacham. It's all in the 50s right now. So this is kind of really wind down things in terms of a tornado potential, I would think, on the far west side of Fort Worth. That would be pretty cool for anything significant. But notice how much warmer it is into the 60s and 70s just east of that area. So it looks like we're getting the north wind. If you notice the north wind at Alliance, now at Meacham. But we still have a south to southwest wind across Dallas right now. So we're not into the front yet, right in through here, or even the dry line. So we'll keep an eye on the storms. So we're looking at somebody. So if somebody wants to know about Arlington, let's go back into Arlington right now. Right now, Arlington is in the clear. As you can see right now on radar, we don't show anything. We have a little bit on the north side of Dallas, from where I'm at in far north Dallas, pardon me, and then across really out northeast of Ennis. Tarrant County, you're clear. Arlington, you're clear. You're going to be clear for a while. Duncanville, you're clear right now. You'll have to wait for storms developing from the southwest or the west to get you later tonight. They probably will. And you'll just have to, if I'm not around, you'll need to have your weather radio up just in case one of these storms gets going tonight. Remember, there is a tornado watch in effect. It's always possible that one or two of these storms gets a little out of control and goes tornadic tonight, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be that big of a thing tonight. But tomorrow's a completely different story across Dixie. So it's a completely different deal tomorrow than tonight. But don't want to say never either. If there's a tornado watch, we're just going to play it safe. Tell you to keep your weather radios out. Have your little apps by your phone, and you'll know what's going on. My job here is to kind of just give you a bigger picture and give you some fill in some commentary that we're not going to get from an app, because an app can only do so much, and they're not going to be talking to you like this. But at the moment, that's kind of where we're at. Let's go back out. Let's just pull it way on out tonight. Pull out the big picture, and I'll show you a couple of different things. Let's look at the, I don't even know if this will work or not. So we're going to go in. Let's go into the, what will this be? I'll get the Cirrus up. Full disk. Well, it may take a minute here to load up. But anyway, let's go back in, if nothing else, to the current temperatures across the country. And here's our color fill. So let's look right now, and you can see the cooler air. Look at all the way across, much colder. So you get north of Dallas-Fort Worth, and you get quite a bit colder. 48 degrees in Oklahoma City. Amarillo, you're down to 34 degrees and some pretty chilly air. 32 degrees in Liberal tonight. And across Kansas, you're all in the 40s and 30s. 30s in Denver right now. So some pretty chilly air for late March across the northern tier of the country, with 20s across the Dakotas right now. Your warm air is across Texas and then across the southeastern United States. This is where your warm air is at, and this is where the severe weather threat will be tomorrow for that. Now, that's just the temperature right now. And here's the cooler air back in through here, and then back warmer again across California. Let's go ahead and show you the CAPE right now. That's the convective available potential energy. That just means the potential for storms, the potential for feeding the storms with high-octane fuel, if you will. And this should load up. And you can see right now, these are color-coded for the joules. And if you're a storm chaser, you would know about this. So we have some pretty high CAPE down and through here, and we can probe it. So across South Texas, we're in the 2,000 to 3,000 range down and through here. And really not as much across Southeast Texas and into North Texas. Our joules are not really that high, but just enough. So it's not like a big amount of energy down and through here. But right off the coast, right in through here, this is going to be going northward tomorrow. This is just poised to come back in and really create a very unstable atmosphere tomorrow across Mississippi and Alabama. So that's just waiting to happen for a severe weather outbreak tomorrow. And again, as I told you, significant severe weather outbreak will be happening tomorrow. We'll try to cover it here at Texas News Studio, or we will be covering it here at Texas News Studio, or Weather Studio, I should say. I get them confused because I'm running two different channels tomorrow. And then finally, one last time, we'll put the day 2 up, which is going to be updated again, but right now this is the way it looks like. And you can see this is the threat for tomorrow, much more significant than today. This is a moderate risk, severe weather tomorrow. And if you could say as a general rule, it's generally east of the Mississippi River. And this is where the severe weather will be tomorrow. Not tonight, but again tomorrow. Generally east of the Mississippi River, a big severe weather outbreak. That's the way it's looking right now. Now going back into Texas again. Here's our tornado watch. It extends a long ways away tonight, all the way from northeast Texas all the way down to the Rio Grande River tonight. And there are storms. Some of them are severe. There is only one tornado watch in that entire tornado warning in that entire tornado watch area, and that is around the Junction area right now. Junction, which is near Interstate 10, well northwest of San Antonio, pretty much out in the middle of nowhere. And now it's east of Junction, so there's probably not that many people out through here, but nevertheless, tornado radar indicated. I would doubt that there's even any storm chasers out in this part of the world tonight, at least. So that's what we got going on. Another big storm that's not even on the radar scope out of Dallas, way down toward the Rio Grande. And then these other scattered storms, but nothing that's just really grabbing my attention except the ones right around the north of the metro and the earlier supercell that's still hanging in there. This is going to be now near Kaufman and Rosser. So this is kind of the more significant one, kind of has that classic supercell look to it. Here's Rosser right now and up through Kaufman and Oak Ridge and Kemp. And these are going to be looking at 1-inch diameter hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds. And that's a severe thunderstorm warning right now coming up on Interstate 20. It's moving east at about 25, has 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. And that was issued at about 10:46, about 30 minutes ago with that. So if you're on Interstate 20 tonight, you would be probably not want to be driving as you get close to this storm. It's not there yet, but it'll be coming up on 20 and heading in between Terrell and Wills Point. And you certainly want to keep an eye on that storm because it's got some hail, some wind, and you just never know that it could spin up a tornado. I mean, it's not there yet. Doesn't mean anything's even going to happen, but just make you aware of what's going on, and that'll continue to push off to the east tonight. Then back across the northern portions of North Texas, along from the north side of Dallas all the way up to almost to the Red River tonight, we can see these storms. The bigger intense storms are from McKinney through Melissa to Whitewright. And then here is the storms near Bells and Denison. And that's about it. And again, more storms across the Red River and into southwestern Arkansas, way on up and through here. But again, this is really the only thing going on at the moment. It'll be much more active. So many warnings probably tomorrow, and such more significant tomorrow. It'll be hard to keep track of everything. So, but we'll have coverage tomorrow. So if you need to have live severe weather coverage, we'll be tracking the storms tomorrow, well east of Texas. So join our channel. I won't be necessarily tracking it other than the radar, but we'll have other TV stations coming in and that type of thing. So that's what we got going on at the moment. Again, thanks for watching our channel. And the only thing I ask you to do, if you'll just simply follow us here at Texas Weather Studios. So if you don't mind, if you would go down below and just simply follow us, that would be real helpful for us here. We have about 259 subscribers. And the way it works is that once we get about 1,000 subscribers, we can put in for a little monetization and have a little bit of money coming in to pay the bills occasionally for that type of thing. So again, that's kind of what we do here at Texas Weather Studio. But the rest of the time, if I'm not here, we're going to be just running the weather. You can watch the radar and listen to some music and kind of chill out throughout the day. And I run it again from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., except for weather events like this when we're up quite a bit later and longer. So that's kind of where we're at right now. I've been running this stream and running this for 3 or 4 hours now nonstop, or almost nonstop, doing the weather. And we're also running our channel Texas News Studio also. So while I'm doing this, I have to look at our other channel, see how we're doing as well. And so give me 1 second here to check over there. So let's see. So everybody, again, thanks for your support. We got about 259 folks right now watching us. Now we're up to about 270. Very helpful, everybody. Just simply subscribing and liking us is very, very helpful, and I really appreciate it. And if there's anything else we can do to try to make the weather better, let me know. So I appreciate it again. So I'm doing the live coverage. I'm going to be up with you a little bit longer tonight. So if somebody asks, is Collin County fine? Let's go ahead. And we were talking about that earlier tonight up in Collin County. So let's go back up in through here again. And I would say that it's not fine yet, but it will be fine within the next 30 minutes to an hour or so. You have storms right now from Plano up through Allen, through McKinney and Melissa right now. It's kind of along the the 75 corridor, but it's moving off to the east. So that means that eventually this whole area is going to clear, and that'll be at least with this complex of storms. Now, that doesn't mean there won't be other storms developing tonight. So right now, the only thing I can tell you is this storms, yes, will clear, but they could still be more storms. The way the models we're looking at, there could be storms throughout the overnight period up until about 6 or 7 in the morning. So you can see the storms still off to the west and southwest tonight that'll be moving in. So I would expect to hear some rumbles of thunder and some lightning overnight. Hopefully it won't get too out of hand. Just make sure you have your weather radio and or a weather app on your phone. Radar Scope is a really good app to use if you're like a little bit more detailed professional. But whatever it works for you is the bottom line, just something that notifies you of what's going on. So that's the way it's looking right now. But yeah, this storm will eventually push off to the east, but it's covering a good portion of Collin County right now, up through, I guess really not in, well, a little bit of part of Grayson County, but definitely into Collin County right now. And 63 degrees over at McKinney right now. Storms, the heavier part, are pushing off to the east through Princeton and coming up on Blue Ridge, and this is kind of right along the 380 area corridor right now, coming all the way from Allen through Lucas through Princeton. I would say now in the last scan or so is kind of pushing generally east of McKinney, other than a couple of showers still to the west. But the bottom line is yes, it's pushing off to the east and will eventually move out. But there will be more storms during the overnight hour, and I can't tell you exactly when the next storm will be, but just expect to have a few more storms tonight. And then that'll be it. It should clear out during the day or during the morning tomorrow, and that should wrap it up. Again, the big severe weather threat will be then tomorrow afternoon across the Mississippi Valley and Dixie tomorrow. So that's kind of where we stand right now. And so we're going to keep an eye on it for you a little bit longer here. And then I'm going to sign off with my voice anyway, and we'll keep the radar up overnight. Try to have it up, let you know what's going on, at least with the radar. So let's see what else we can talk about in right here. Let's see. Let me check the latest news, or the latest weather, I should say. So we're still staying with you, and hang on one second here. So we're going to be, let's see what else we can find for you real quick. It's been a long, long evening here, so let's see what else we got. Still quite a bit of lightning across the central part of the state right now. And again, your temperature ranges from 73 at Brownsville, 79 along the Texas-Mexico border, to 34 degrees in Amarillo at the moment, and back to 70 degrees here where I'm at in Dallas. So again, fairly warm across the southern half of the state, and quite a bit cooler to cold across the Panhandle, which is not that unusual. And then going back across North Texas tonight, the storms are still there. Got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Let's go back to the one south of Terrell and Kaufman right now. Pretty interesting look to the storm, as you can see right around the Foster, Rosser, Oak Grove, Kemp area. And right in through here. Let's go with the velocity mode. So we'll keep an eye on the storm. Just never know. Pardon me. And then this, again, as I mentioned, is coming up toward Interstate 20. This is to the southeast of Dallas. Dallas, you're okay right now. And again, the storm now coming across Collin County is pushing east. So really now from 75 from Melissa through McKinney through Allen, except for maybe Plano, I mean, you're really kind of wrapping this up now. So there's still some shower activity, storm activity in Plano, a little bit left in Allen, but it's really pushed off to the east now. So you can just see that the bulk of the storm is right over Princeton. You would not want to be on 380 right now unless you want to get banged up a little bit of hail and some wind and some rain. But this is coming up on Farmersville. It's going to push off to the east. It almost has just a tad bit of a look of a bow echo, but I'm sure not. I don't see anything indicating of high winds or anything yet. Let's go into the velocity just in case. Yeah, not really, no. But a lot of lightning for sure. And we'll keep an eye on the storm. That'll continue to push off to the east. And we'll keep an eye on it. So I'm going to be wrapping this up in just a little bit, folks. It's been a long day for us here. Unless you want me up for something or have a special request, we're going to be wrapping it up pretty soon. I can leave the radar up tonight and to keep this channel going if you like. But the actual in-person coverage is probably going to end because it's kind of been a long day. But before I go, let's look in chat, see what everybody would need or not need, what you feel comfortable with before I go, and then we'll talk. So I'm looking in chat right now, and we got a lot of folks in here. 162 people or so quite a bit. And again, thanks for watching our channel. And let's see here. Thanks for all the subscribers tonight. We gained about 100 people from about 182 earlier to about 282 now. So I really appreciate it. It does make a difference, folks. So these big weather events helps. So really appreciate it. One thing I can tell you is that on a normal day, we don't really have that many people in here. But tonight's the largest that we've ever had before. So again, appreciate it. And thank you for watching our channel. But I'm going to stay with everybody just a little bit longer. Some people get a little anxious with storms. Some people don't. It just depends what you need. But I'm just going to stay with everybody until you kind of feel comfortable. The best thing I can tell you is to get a weather radio or get an app on your phone, which is good. Radar Scope is a good one. There's a ton of apps out there that will do all kinds of things. I haven't even checked them out all myself, but they'll do just about anything for you nowadays. So what else can I tell you before? Other ways of getting information, if you do have, many of you probably know this if you're a storm chaser. Some of you may not, but you can listen to amateur radio operators that are storm spotters. Not really a storm chaser is somebody that would be going more long distance and out, driving up to Kansas like a Reed Timmer. But a storm spotter would be more local for his county or whatever, or his city, and would be assigned to a certain area potentially and would be covering that. But for those of you that are into that, you can monitor your local amateur radio and listen to storm spotters that are activated when severe weather gets going. So you can go on to the amateur radio, which is generally going to be the 2-meter frequencies from 144 to 148 megahertz. And check out that. If it's Collin County, last I checked, it's 147.180. Dallas is 146.88. And Tarrant is 146.94. And you can listen in on those stations. Nowadays, as a matter of fact, you don't even need to buy a radio. You can just go on Broadcastify, put it on your phone, and listen to the storm spotters that way. So something to check out, especially when these big tornado outbreaks happen. It's very interesting to listen to some people actually talking, and a lot of times where the TV stations gets their information as well. So you might want to check that out as well. And again, in terms of the radar, I think radar scope is really good. Let me see what I've got on my phone here, and I'll give you an idea. Hang on one second. I have several of them. I have Weather Radio as one, which is probably not the best anymore, but it's kind of neat because it has its own little sound announcer, which I kind of like. I like things that kind of make a sound, but everybody's different. Radar Scope is known by meteorologists as a very professional app, and it does a really good job. The graphics on it are good for, I mean, just like you're seeing on the screen right now. So I would highly recommend Radar Scope. You'll have to pay for it. I don't remember what it is a year or if it's a lifetime. Somebody would know, but check that out. Radar Scope is really good, and it'll give you the warnings and that type of thing, and you can change between the radar sites just like I do on the thing here. So again, to wrap all this up tonight before I sign off, will Arlington get hit? No, not right now. You're in the clear. There will be more storms later tonight. Your best bet is to, quite frankly, to go to bed, just have a weather radio and a weather app, and you'll be fine. There is a tornado watch out until 4 a.m., but again, a watch just means conditions are favorable, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen. It just means that you're in an area where it potentially could happen. But again, the storms right now are not that bad. We are looking at, looks like one severe thunderstorm warning south of Terrell, and there are some more storms, as you can see, off to the south and or I should say southwest and west of the Metroplex right now. But other than that, not that much going on. Now, in terms of the radar leaving it up overnight, we'll need to pull it out because there may be people from different parts of the area looking. So this is kind of the area that I'm going to focus in on. I don't know where everybody's coming from. So you can tell me how far I should pull this out tonight. I can bring it all the way down to Austin, or I can bring it a little bit closer in. You let me know what the consensus is going to be. I'm assuming that most of you are probably around the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but there may be some people that are a little further away. I don't know. So we'll see. And I'll pull it a little bit. Well, we'll just cover it right in through here. This will give you an idea. Probably from now until 6 a.m. At 6 a.m., the storms will be moving across East Texas, around the Louisiana-Texas border at that point. So, and it's really hard to know about specific information. I mean, we can look at weather models all day long, but you can see the storms developing off to the west. The movement of any storm tonight is going to be generally southwest to northeast, or a general movement of west to east. So if you see something off to the west tonight, chances are it's going to be eventually moving probably in your direction somehow, some way during the overnight hours. But I really think that with the temperatures cooling down a little bit, it may not be all that bad tonight. Again, tomorrow is the threat east of the Metroplex, well east, like in the Mississippi, east of the Mississippi River. So that's where it's really going to ramp up tomorrow. We've been talking about that for quite some time. But the storms now are kind of not all that bad. They're kind of behaving at the moment, and temperatures are cooling down a little bit. So we're not really doing that bad at the moment. And so I'm going to be signing off in, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes. So again, I'm coming to you live from our studio here in far north Dallas. My name is Mark Myers, giving you the latest in weather, but I also run a news channel as well. And so we broke it up where we have news on one side called Texas News Studio, and then there's just Texas Weather Studio that now just does the weather. And that's about it. So I'm going to be wrapping it up pretty soon, at least with my voice, because I've been talking for a long time now. And so that's where we're going to be at. But I'm watching everybody in here. And so, again, for the person that's out Terrell, there is a pretty good storm out there. So let's go back into Terrell. I know there are still some people that are a little concerned. We do have a warning down in through here. That's an intense storm down from Terrell down through Kaufman right now. That's a very intense storm. Here's the latest update right now. And I would still keep an eye on the storm. This is going to be generally tracking. I don't know that Terrell is going to have much of a problem, but just east of you toward Wills Point, over toward maybe Canton or west of Canton, and I-20, eventually it'll be moving up. Let's put it in motion. Let's just kind of see the general direction. if you were to track it, it's generally moving to the east-northeast. I'd say it's going to track somewhere between Canton or west of Canton, perhaps. Canton and Terrell. It also may be weakening and winding down, so some of these storms may be winding down a little bit as well. So that's the one storm. That's really the only warning that I have now in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Everything else now is back to the west. And you can see this conglomeration of storms now. This is just a big congealed mess of storms. And when you see them congeal, just a big blob with nothing really specific, that's not really going to be indicative of really bad severe weather. That's just a blob for the most part. So I'm not as concerned about that yet. But if we had more structure to the storms, isolated in nature, it'd be a little bit different. But we can't rule it out either. You don't want to ever say just because it's congealed out that it's not going to be severe or bad. It's just, generally speaking, it's not as bad. But the storm down Goldthwaite, though, that's intense. But it's also a little bit perhaps warmer down here as well. And then these other cells, and you can tell they're more isolated. Notice the isolation. There's a break between the cells, so you can see the breaks. And then once you get north of Hamilton, see how it's just more of a mess and a conglomeration. That tends to lessen the severe weather threat at least a little bit. Never say never, but it certainly limits it a little bit. So that's kind of what I'm seeing at the moment. There's a big gap, though, as you head toward 35. See, there's nothing going on right in there. This is also untapped air, which means that things could pop back up again. So we want to keep an eye on the storms. So, again, this warmer, untapped air, something could get going tonight. That's kind of a straight shot all the way from Austin through Waco up through Dallas, where really not much has happened so far, except for the one supercell. So we'll keep an eye on the storms during the overnight hour. That's just kind of where it's at. And again, we are in severe weather season now. We're really just getting started. April is a very good month for severe weather across Texas and North Texas. It really starts ramping up during the month of April. So you really need to be prepared. As we move into May, early May, still very active. As we move into late May, it really starts ramping back down again. We don't have the big tornado outbreaks by late May, but we'll still have some hail and some lightning. And we certainly have the heavy rain and some wind as we move into the summer, but the tornado threat really drops off during the summertime. So, but right now is very active for severe weather. Nothing unusual about it. We get these systems. We're a little bit more active than perhaps some normal, or maybe not. Just it depends. But we're just in an active period right now with these storm systems. We had one last week. And we're going to have another big system, obviously, now that'll be producing the severe weather tomorrow across the Dixie and generally east of the Mississippi River. So again, this is just the beginning of a bigger outbreak or a bigger system that'll be developing tomorrow. This is a system, but it'll be really noticeable tomorrow. You'll be hearing about it probably, unfortunately, in the news by this time tomorrow night, east of us. So I think that's it, folks. I think it's been a long day. We'll leave the radar up for you. Again, thanks for watching our channel, staying with us tonight. And I think it's about time for me to sign off. So we'll call it a night. And if you've not subscribed, then please subscribe to our channel here at Texas Weather Studio. And let's just keep on going and spread the word too. So I'd like to get us up to 500 and eventually 1,000 or more subscribers. The last I checked, we're at about 200 and what was it? 282 last I checked. I'm sorry. Wow, we've gone up even more. 294. So again, thanks a lot for watching tonight. And I guess that's about it. So I think we need to go ahead and wrap it up on my end tonight. So again, I'm going to be signing off, folks. Thanks for watching our channel. And if anything else develops tonight, I'll try to come back online and let you know what's going on. So again, thanks for watching. Enjoy your chat tonight. This is Mark Myers signing off from our Texas Weather Studio here in our far North Dallas studios. Take care, everybody. Alrighty, let's go ahead and turn the microphone off. Oh, I probably want some music. Let's see a little bit of music before I sign off here. So let's see what we got. no fun to be listening to total silence, so let's see what you want. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and turn this microphone off. Here we go.
News.